Hey guys, welcome to Layman's Terms Podcast, the place where we talk about really big topics using the smallest words possible. I'm Danny the bartender.
And I'm Tommy the trash man.
And together we're just two guys trying to explain the ever-changing world around us the only way that we know how.
So today we're going to talk about the all-time top 10 horror movies. And when we first came up with this, because it's October, it's Halloween season and all that good shit, we were talking about it, and Danny's not the biggest horror aficionado. So I was like, so I was like, you know what? There's somebody I think I know that, would be a good guest, because he's certainly not afraid to share his own opinion. And who knows, he may even get us canceled for this top 10 list. Who knows? Especially after a few Hell or High Watermelons, maybe one of his favorite beers. I don't know.
Now I'm excited about this list.
Yeah, so he's definitely a guy that I know that loves movies in general. I mean, if there's any guy on if you follow him on Facebook or anything, he pretty much writes reviews on movies, music, comic books, whatever, you name it. He's got an opinion on it. So without further ado, we'd like to bring on James Forsythe.
How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
What's up, man?
Thanks for having me on, guys. This is pretty awesome.
No, thank you for being on.
Man, I'm on a short-term disability for work. Got a shoulder surgery, so this is the most excitement I've had in a month. I just finally got movement back in my right arm, so it doesn't feel like so much of a stranger anymore. And everything's been working out pretty good, so this is exciting for me.
Well, that was another reason I was like, I know he's got to have time, especially because you work the night shift. So yeah. You wouldn't be able to do this on a normal situation.
I could, but I wouldn't be as drunk for it. I don't want to be partially intoxicated before work.
Yeah, and as we could see, you already got some movie posters you got going up there. Judge Dredd, and who's that next to that? Oh, the Terminator.
And then Terminator, and then that's The Road.
Okay.
Remember The Road?
I don't know The Road.
Oh my God, Viggo Mortensen movie. It's an even better book than it is a movie. That's a fantastic movie.
Is that the one where he's with his daughter or something, and they're like in an apocalyptic? It's his son. Yeah. That's a good movie.
It is. I went to the movies down the Ritz to see that with this chick I was dating, and all she did was cry the entire time. Like, she was so depressed through the entire movie. And I loved it. I loved the book. I thought the book was wonderful, and I think the movie does a pretty good version of it. So,
well, James, I'll give you a heads up. We don't talk a lot about books on this.
Yeah, we don't read the books here.
Yeah,
but so like I said, I know you give a lot of reviews on shit, in all movies, books, music, all that shit. But like, what would you say is your favorite genre?
I'm going to have to say science fiction.
All right, because I was talking about that. I was like, I don't know. I was like, horror might be, but he's kind of a big sci-fi guy too.
Yeah, I love, and horror and sci-fi are probably the best combination of two genres of movies that can be put together, which is funny because I really only have one on here that's like that. But for the most part, it's science fiction for me. I can pretty much watch anything sci-fi. HBO Max just did a fucking series called Raised by Wolves. That was the most bizarre fucking show I've seen in years. How it got made, I have no idea, because it is bonkers from beginning to end. And if you like sci-fi stuff, dude, you got to check that out. The special effects could be a little better sometimes with it, but like, I'm a big fan of the Battlestar Galactica old school stuff, so like I can get past special effects pretty quickly.
Yeah. So, and that was another issue with the sci-fi horror, and you kind of have like horror comedy, horror thriller. So it was like that also complicates what do you put into how do you narrow down the top 10 horror movies when you kind of have, and even like slasher movies, like how do you narrow them down?
I think it's all personal choice,
Yeah, that was I'll tell you, like with my list, what happened was I ended up throwing away all the things that were getting in the way of me making a list, and I just went, I'm going to go with the ones that I just like, period. Like, I didn't know because I started to get into this thing of, well, does this even coincide with this or whatever? And I just went, you know what do I remember from my childhood that I really like and stuff like that? But I did feel it was hard to, there's so many niches in this genre.
Yeah, no, it was tough for me. But it's something that Jamie and I, Jamie's family by marriage. So this is something that we've drank many of beers and had late night discussions over during the holidays and whatnot. But so without further ado, let's kick off that number 10 spot.
For me, so I could have thrown probably 6 other movies in this number 10 spot, and I'd say there's only, for my number 1 is my number 1 movie of all time. Not all, well, maybe all time. It's up there, but my number 1's my number 1. The rest of these are pretty much interchangeable, I think. I tried to put some of the weirder ones at the bottom, or better ones up top, but number 10 for me is a movie that I was coming of age when this came out, and it fucked me up a little bit. And it's Jacob's Ladder. It's inspired by a book called, I have it written down, Acid Dreams, the CIA Acid and the 60s Rebellion. And it was about what they did with the soldiers in Vietnam. So if people didn't ever see this movie, I don't want to ruin it, but you kind of have to. The whole thing's a dream. He's haunted by these demons. It's probably Danny Aiello's best role he's ever done. Arguably, I mean, people could point out other shit he did. He did some movie with, where I think he was, what's the movie, the Spike Lee movie where he's a pizza owner or something?
Do the Right Thing.
Yes.
Do the Right Thing. Like, he was supposedly great in that. I never seen it. But Jacob's Ladder is amazing. It's just a creepy movie, and it's heartbreaking. And so that's the whole thing about that. Macaulay Culkin is actually his son in the film, and he's unaccredited. He's unaccredited. He's not even in the credits. And other things I started to learn while I've been reading about the movie, because I know the movie inside out, but I don't know like a lot of the background of the movie. What's his name? Adrian Lin, who made it. Excuse me. He did like Flashdance and something else I'm forgetting now. He wanted Tom Hanks to be the lead role of this movie, and Tom Hanks turned it down to do Bonfire of the Vanities, which is weird because Adrian Lin turned down Bonfire of the Vanities to do Jacob's Ladder. So they crisscrossed. And 2 other dudes who turned it down, Mickey Rourke and Don Johnson. Kind of strange. Now, and I could have seen Mickey Rourke in this. Don Johnson, I can't see doing much of anything, but he's okay. But I could see Mickey Rourke would have been great in this part, and I think actually Tom Hanks would have been really good at it also. But Tim Robbins is the man. Like 1990s Tim Robbins is as good as it gets for me.
Yeah, that is not on my top 10 list, but that was definitely a movie that I thought of, and I was like, dude, that. And again, going back to how tough it is to narrow this list down, that to me, the scene where, and we're not worried about fucking spoiler alerts. Guess what, people? If you're fucking worried about that shit, tune the fuck out, because it's gonna happen.
The movie's 30, almost 40 years old. I mean, if you didn't see it yet.
Yes. The scene, Bender, did you ever see this?
No.
Okay. It's really, it's
well, let me ask you a question too, because I'm kind of intrigued. It's a horror? Like it's a.
Yes.
In what sense? Like, in other words, is it like or is it just like psychological?
It's both. It's not
both.
A slasher, but he's being chased by demons the entire time.
Oh, okay.
And it's just all this weird shit going on. So
but
it's kind of one of the things you kind of got to see it. And then so we didn't even give away the big spoiler actually, but like when you get there, you're like, fuck, and it's heartbreaking. It's like, man, that sucks. But it's also kind of sweet. Like, that's why I was saying Danielle, I can't pronounce that dude's name, but like he gives a nice little speech at the end. And he's like, when you realize the demons are actually angels come to take you away and do all this shit, that's when he finally gives in and sees what's going on. And it's pretty cool.
Yeah. So he was in the Vietnam War, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they were using psychedelics on the soldiers, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. So,
which is a true thing. They did that.
Yeah, that actually happened. So that's kind of like the element to the movie where you're like, is this dude really? Are the demons actually real, or is this dude just fucking tripped a bad trip out? You know what I mean? one of my favorite parts in that movie is the chick that's in the movie. I can't think of her name. She's from the 80s. She's like Mexican or Puerto Rican or something.
Something Perez.
She's smoking
Not
hot.
Rosie Perez, but
No.
I was gonna
Rosie
say
Perez.
somebody now I'm intrigued. That's my girl.
God, she shows her tits in it too, which is pretty good.
Well, I'm intrigued now too.
So there's a scene where she's on the dance floor, and it's like he's visioning her, and it's like she's dancing all fucking crazy and seductive, and you're just like, holy shit, this broad's fucking hot. And then all of a sudden, it's like this fucking like tentacle fucking rips out of her fucking mouth or whatever,
or a demon tail comes out below her skirt.
Oh, is that what it was?
Her name was Elizabeth Pena.
Okay.
She was in. She actually died in 2014.
Oh, did she? She was in Predators. Was she in Predator 2? I think she was in Predator. I think she was in Predator 2. But anyway, the movie is one of those movies again that probably easily could have been in my top 10. It's really good. They actually made a remake of it a few years ago, which I didn't even bother to watch. But
fuck that.
Oh, she's dead. I just looked her up, dude. I've seen her. She's in a bunch of things.
Yeah. She's been around forever.
Yeah, she was big in the 80s. So
and cute, not overly beautiful, but definitely fuckable and every regard.
Oh, absolutely. She had definitely a little sexiness to her.
Is your wife over there?
Yeah, she's sitting right there.
Yeah, she's used to this kind of talk. It's a big deal. There's no Me Too movement in the Forsythe household. Don't worry about it.
That sounds like a nice household.
You got Me Too this weekend.
Yeah. So, what do you got at number 9?
Number 9, I decided to kind of fucking go a little off the wall here. It's a movie from 1960 called The Virgin Spring. So I would guess that probably 90% of the people watching this have not heard of The Virgin Spring. But it stars the late and great Max von Sydow, who's one of the greatest actors of our time. It won Best Foreign Film in 1961 for Oscar. It tied with some other movie for a Golden Globe. It's allegedly a true story in Europe that turned into a folklore and then got misinterpreted something else, but then it kept making it. But the reason I picked it, because one, it was the inspiration for Wes Craven's Last House on the Left. So this movie takes place, I forget what year, like the 1600s or something. I was watching this on like Showtime in like 1997 or something, sitting on the couch 2:00 in the morning. And I see Max von Sydow, and I was like, oh, shit, it's the guy from The Exorcist. I was like, let me see what he's doing. And he's in Minority Report, and he's in, tons of other things. So I was watching it, and, his daughter's cruising down the road, and it's 1860s or 1600s. But the movie was made in 1960. And that's what I have to keep saying, because I wasn't used to seeing something like this. And if you've seen Last House on the Left, you know what happens to his daughter here. She gets brutally raped and killed by these crazy hillbilly French motherfuckers or wherever it was from, like Norwegian or Norway. And they show her getting raped, murdered. They show nudity and everything like that. And it just fucked me up. I was like, what am I watching? I even know they made movies like this back then. And it was crazy. So I've actually never seen Last House on the Left, which is Wes Craven, one of my favorites, but I just never have seen it. And that's been redone 100 times. But the reason I threw this on there is because, a lot of people say Last House on the Left, Last House on the Left. This was the originator. This is what they got all of those inspirations from. So I just threw that on there just so that nobody's ever seen it before. Go check that out because it's actually very cool. It's subtitled. But anything with Max von Sydow, Ingmar Bergman made this as well as The Seventh Seal, and he used Max von Sydow for both of them. And The Seventh Seal, I don't know if you ever saw, is a fantastic movie about a knight from the Crusade, I think, playing chess with death. So that's a cool film too.
Well, it's funny that when you were saying that movie, I'm thinking, and sadly I don't remember anything, but I took a class at Temple University. And I had to do part of the course was all on whatever to direct Ingmar Bergman or whatever. And you know what? It was my worst fucking class. But it's funny because like I'm sitting there and I'm like, something was familiar. And I looked it up before you even said the director. And that's what the first thing I saw. And I remember just what you were saying. Like I was, I don't remember it in detail. I didn't really get into it, but I remember being like, they did this shit in 1960. And I think that was a lot of what the class was about how that dude was doing shit that nobody was doing, period.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a creepy movie, man. It reminds you of going down south or everything. For some reason, anything in the South scares the shit out of me. They all freak me out. Southerners, I don't know why. I don't know what the deal is. But like it was the same thing. Like wherever they're at in the Norwegian hills, I'm not fucking going there either. Like I don't want to be bothered.
So then Deliverance was a little disturbing too.
That's completely horrifying. And to go off on a different rant, I was about a mile away from where they filmed that in Georgia. And one of my ex-girlfriends actually had family that were in that movie. It was her great aunt or something. And so we went down years later, of course, after the movie, 20 years probably. And her aunt said to us, she goes, look, honey, don't go over where they filmed that movie. She's like, you might be white, but you're a northerner, and that's just as bad as anything else that could walk down there. So stay away from there. She's like, I won't even go over there. And I'm like, fair enough.
But two things too. First off, just a quick thing. They did a look at him now type of story on the kid that played the fucking banjo or whatever. He's like working at Walmart and he's like trying to sue because he like doesn't get any money from that movie, which I don't think he should really at this point. But I mean, that's a good sidebar. Then the other thing I thought about is that I never thought about this, but like for instance, Deliverance, right? Is that only a movie that would be considered kind of scary to like a northerner? You know, like do they feel that same, like whenever you're watching a movie and they use that kind of thing to scare you, I wonder if somebody from down south doesn't get it.
There's a list that I've seen Deliverance on that people put that on the horror. I mean, if you can put Jaws on a horror movie, I feel like you can put Deliverance on there. You know, like
yeah. I feel like because I was just thinking that I'm like, I wonder if Deliverance, because it technically, I mean, there's murder in it, so it could be horror.
But I feel like if you're from down south, the movie isn't about that. The movie's about like these freaky northerners that came down into your area.
Which is why I think that kid should get some fucking money, because that's all you really remember from that movie. I mean, it's a great movie, don't get me wrong, but that kid is like iconic, and image and that banjo, playing that banjo, like that's what sticks out most about that movie, I think.
And that's why you got to check out that. I'll find it for you and like post it, but like that was the thing, like where the guy really didn't do anything and he doesn't really deserve any. No, like there's a lot of movies out there where people were in for a second, they didn't get anything.
Yeah.
But that kid is iconic. Yeah. So he's iconic and he's a fucking greeter at Walmart.
Well, he should make his own t-shirts then, sell them. You know what I mean?
Well, dude,
good point.
This is why we had you on, because honestly, that movie that you mentioned, I never even watched, because I never heard of it. So it's definitely not on my list, because like I said, I never even heard of it. So
it's worth everybody watching. Max von Sydow, anything he's in, I'll give it a shot. That guy was one of the greatest actors of all time. And I couldn't remember what Max von Sydow is he's in The Exorcist, and he was in Minority Report.
He was the priest.
The priest. Yeah.
Yeah, he was the priest in Exorcist. All right, so what's on to the next one? What do we got?
Number 8. I went with I think at the time it came out, I was 9 years old. Me and the old man went to the movies to see it. My mom was like, "You can't take him to see that. There'll be tits and stuff in it." He didn't care. He was like, "Nah, we're fucking going to see it," because we watched the other two. And it is my favorite of the series. Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, The Dream Warriors. This is pinnacle Freddy Krueger. You could say the first one was spooky, scary. Yeah, I get it. The second one's garbage because that soulless fucking redhead they got that destroyed it, almost sunk the whole ship. But Wes Craven didn't think that the franchise, he didn't think it was a franchise. He did the first one, and then he didn't want nothing to do with the second one because he was like, it's going to be stupid. Well, the second one's garbage. I think I might have watched it twice ever. But after the second one made more money than the first one, he was like, "Oh, fuck it, I'm going to do the third one." And this was supposed to be the last movie. And the original idea he had actually turned out to be the script for a New Nightmare. So when he finished the series, so that was actually supposed to be the third one, and they were supposed to end it all. But how they ended the third one is how it was supposed to end. They weren't supposed to do any more movies after this, but they still did it anyway. And it was also the film debut of Patricia Arquette, which is it's by far the best one.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that because Danny and I were texting the other day, and he was talking about Nightmare on Elm Street, and I was like, dude, you got to watch Dream Warriors. You got to watch 3. Yeah. Which probably is, now I'm a little bit biased. The original is where that's where he stole my heart. But the third one, Dream Warriors, is fantastic. I sent him an image of it, and he was like, "Oh, Patricia Arquette." So I'm kind of surprised that made the list there, but I can't argue with it, because it is incredible. I don't think, first of all, in the slasher genre of horror, to me, Freddy is the apple of my eye. There's nobody else that nobody else that even compares, in my opinion. I think because with and we talked about this a little bit earlier, Danny and I. So with Jason and Michael Myers, they were just guys, just mindless zombies, kind of walking around killing people.
Yeah, never even talked.
No, and Freddy brought this whole new dimension to he had personality, he had style, and there were different ways. It was creative the way he was killing people. It was so on a different level than the other slasher movies.
Well, I also think from my point of view or whatever, when I was watching them, I'm thinking in my head, like I was saying to Tommy earlier, to me, those guys are the basis of, or the structure for what became and I think more Freddy than any of them, for the sense of now it's they all got to have that one-liners, to be a campy one, I guess, or whatever. But it's Freddy he brought this sense of humor that was, that I can't say that wasn't there before, but it definitely is what started to draw me to a horror movie. Whereas Mike Myers and Jason and shit, I'm not really too concerned with them guys.
He made it what it is today, and I chose 3 because that is pinnacle Freddy, man. That's when they found their niche with him. That's when they realized, oh, he's going to be fucking jokey, have a couple of one-liners, do crazy stuff, and it worked. And that to me is my favorite one.
Awesome. Now, so my personal opinion, and I know people that love Freddy, love how he has that personality and the comic element and all, but to me, after the first one, and he kind of started getting into those one-liners, the creepiness, the horror element kind of diminished a little bit. Yeah. Because he wasn't as villainous. People liked Freddy as opposed to you knew Jason was a killer. There's no likability there. So I don't know. I was Freddy Krueger for
he's the reason that he's the reason that bad guys became the more popular people in wrestling. You know what I mean? Everybody liked the heel now. Stone Cold Steve Austin? Yeah.
Well, what I was thinking when I was watching it was maybe I was drawn to Freddy so much because I really ain't intrigued by I'm not into the genre as much. And so what started, what I felt was all of a sudden, here comes this guy cracking fucking jokes, and I'm enjoying it. So it kind of broke away from the genre in a sense.
Oh yeah. It definitely was, stepped away from that typical guy just fucking hiding behind the bushes or any of that other bullshit.
Well, I also, and honestly, I started to look at that film as from a looking at those 3 films together, from a film guy, a film school perspective and stuff. And what I was thinking was the other guys rely on it. As much as Freddy is definitely a cheaper take, you were saying, it kind of got campy and got more humorous. But at the same time, if you look at the way Freddy killed people and stuff, the other people just harped on your fear that we all have. We're all afraid of some guy outside that we saw and then he disappeared. We're all afraid we thought we heard something in the bushes. But like Freddy would go individually. Like you don't like he would creatively kill you to what you individually are afraid of.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Dude,
Yeah.
It was fantastic. And again, so one for me is the best. 3 is the second best. But I'm a fan of all of them. I don't really know. The New Nightmare, I'm not a giant.
Never even
fan
seen
of.
it. Never even saw it.
Yeah, like I'm not a huge. But I will say that, and you know what was really, really to me when they did the remake with what's his name, James. What's that guy's name? James Hurley. Early. What the fuck's his name?
Hallie, or oh man, I was going to say Hallie Joel Osment.
That'd be a new Freddy.
Yeah, James. What the hell is his name?
He was in the Watchmen.
Little Children. Yeah. You ever see Little Children?
No, I never saw that. But Bender, I don't know if you ever saw the remake of Nightmare on Elm Street. Did you?
Dude, they're all one movie to me.
Okay, well,
I don't mean that in a bad way. I enjoy a lot of them, but I mean, I definitely don't. I didn't see up to.
Yeah. So, they tried to reboot it with the new actor,
Jackie Earle Haley.
Yeah. So, and what was that like? Was that in like 2009 maybe, Jamie, when they rebooted that? We'll say roughly
2010. Yeah.
Okay. So the beginning of that I thought was fantastic. The director was a guy that directed Nirvana's "Smells Like Teen Spirit," and I thought the beginning of that had the feel of the original, like the first like couple. I thought it was fantastic, but then it just took a dive, and then it's kind of hard to watch a Nightmare on Elm Street movie without Robert Englund.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
was he from day one?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
they took for that remake though. They took a lot. I don't know if you remember this. You probably do. They had when they gave Freddy his own series, which was supposed to be like a Twilight Zone, but Freddy just telling goofy stories.
Yes.
But the pilot episode was 2 hours long, and it was Freddy's origin story about how they captured him and how they set him on fire and did all that shit. So I think they implemented a little bit of that to the remake.
Yeah.
Which made it work a little bit, but overall, like, good riddance. Leave Freddy alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, me personally, I still, because I have, I'm a Nightmare on Elm Street guy, I can still watch it if it's on. But it's not like, hopefully, I would love to see a resurgence of that franchise. I don't know if it's possible without Robert Englund, but fingers crossed. Maybe somebody will come along and pump some new life into it. I don't know.
Oof.
But all right. So where are we at? Number 7?
Number 7, movie from 2008. It was a French film. It's called Martyrs. Martyrs kept showing up on lists all the time, and I was like, I gotta look at this movie. So it was out for about a year, and I found it and got it. And Martyrs starts off, and I would say I'd recommend to someone not looking anything up about Martyrs. Don't read about it. Don't know anything about it going into it. Martyrs starts one way and ends a completely different way that either you're going to be like, fuck, or you're going to be like, I didn't really care for that. It's a French film, so you got to read everything. But and it's at the same time as like the Hostel movies were coming out, so it's very like torture porn-esque. And if there was a king of torture porn taking away Hostel, it would be this film. But there's a point to it in this movie, and that's the whole thing. And that's why I don't ever want to tell anybody about the story of Martyrs. There's a reason for it, and I think it's just fucking fantastic. It's one of the better horror movies that's come out in 20 years. And I love it.
So I never saw this movie. I've heard about it in like certain discussions. But you said that it's the king of torture porn.
Yeah.
This is where. So when did this come out?
2008.
All right. So this is where I will disagree with you. I would think Saw was, because I think Saw was the first introduction into that.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I'll take that back.
I thought that was Tommy's Tinder handle, King of
What?
Torture Porn.
That's on my Bumble, so that's why I'll disagree with you on there. But my point is, Martyrs may be a better movie because I don't know, I've never saw it. But I would say that Saw was now there could be even movies before that I'm aware of, but I think Saw was the introduction and kind of exposed the world to that genre of horror.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think there's a point to it in this, though. So maybe that's why I look at it as if you're going to watch these torture porn movies, this would be the one that you want to watch because there's, I mean, Saw, of course, they always get us every time. It's this crazy twist and everything like that. There's not really a twist to Martyrs as much as the story develops as it goes on. And while it's developing, it's sort of unearthing secrets where you're not sure where it's going. And then by the last very little bit of the movie, it's just like, fuck, like, wow, it's pretty crazy. Great. I love it. Yeah.
I don't know about, I mean, obviously you're a big fan, but I don't know about you, Bender. But this is the second movie that you mentioned about subtitles. I'm usually out on fucking subtitles. I don't know if it's just me being a fucking ignorant prick or just not being able to pay attention, but the only movie that I really got fully through and enjoyed with subtitles was Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Well, are you asking me to, because I actually was going to ask James something now that you're saying that, because I forget the name of it right now, but I think he'll know it. And one of the way I can answer your question, Tom, is I always thought I wasn't, but actually there's a movie that I believe is a horror movie, and it's made in, I don't think China, it could be China, but it's about that giant it's funny more than it is anything, but it's the thing that lives in like the Tokyo. It's the same people that made Parasite.
Is it Godzilla?
No.
Host.
The Host. Yes.
Oh, yeah. I never saw that. I know that won a bunch of fucking awards and shit.
So the only reason why now, James, like in other words, I guess the question I'm asking you from that is, now, see, I wouldn't put that in horror, but then all of a sudden when Parasite came out and somehow the two, like Parasite won the Academy Award or whatever.
Oh, that's right.
And so I was saying to people, oh shit, they made me watch that movie in school. So there's a lot of movies I was made to watch that it kind of changed my mind on some things that I probably wouldn't have watched. And I loved that movie because it was Tom, you should actually watch it, but I don't know if it fits here, or maybe James disagrees, but I liked The Host.
I think it could, like if somebody picked it, I wouldn't argue it, but it's a good fun film.
That's what I'm saying though. Did you, as a good fun film, do you like The Host?
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, if you put it in his
I haven't seen it in years, but I remember liking it. I did a lot more reading about movies earlier, like early 2000s than I do now. And that was one of those films that just kept showing up on a lot of things that people needed to check out. Like the same with Martyrs too. Like I necessarily won't go out of my way to watch a foreign language film at all. But if it's getting some notability and stuff, I'll always check it out, or notoriety,
They were the worst in film school. They were the worst ones for him. Like, in other words, if you got to watch 10, like it's one thing to want to watch a movie. It's another thing to be told you have to watch these 5 movies by Wednesday and write 3 papers on them or something. And so what would happen is the worst ones to be given were the subtitle ones, because you could put on a movie and just walk around the fucking house and simultaneously write a paper on it if you had to. But when it's a subtitle one, you had to sit there and pay attention. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
No, that's usually why I'm out on them.
No, but what I'm saying is too, imagine if I said to you, like, for school tomorrow, you got to watch these 3 films that are all subtitles. Yeah. It's like you could put on Freddy and fucking go to the bathroom and come back and fucking fold your clothes while you're fucking watching the movie. But when you're watching something with subtitles, you got to fucking pay attention.
All right, what do we got at 6?
6. Just watched it today. One of my favorite all-time movies from the 80s, Night of the Creeps.
Damn,
It was directed.
this is another one that I'm
It
unaware
was
of.
directed by Fred Decker, who also did The Monster Squad a year later.
That's a guy.
That's a great movie.
Yeah. There's a scene in one of the stalls where it says somebody wrote on the wall, it says "Go Monster Squad" or whatever in Night of the Creeps, and I thought that was pretty cool. It was 2 stars in it. Tom Atkins, who was also in Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, which is one of the worst movies ever made. There's a little bit of a cult following to that now. And we just watched it probably like 2 weeks ago, and there fucking shouldn't be, because that movie is garbage, like from beginning to end. Like the song's funny in it, but it gets obnoxious, but it's a not a good movie. But Night of the Creeps is cool because there's 2 different endings to this. And the one they released in the theaters and what people have seen probably since 20, 30 years it came out, it was just the slug. If you don't know about the movie, space slugs fall to Earth. These alien creatures, one's like, I don't know if he's trying to do a terroristic act. You're not ever really sure. But he jettisons these alien slugs down to the planet. And next thing you know, it's 1950, whatever. And it's all black and white. And this fucking chick and her boyfriend are out at like, what do they used to call it? Make out point or something on the side of a cliff. And this axe murderer comes up and kills both of them. Well, next thing you know, the slugs infect like somebody else. And anyways, long story short, it jumps ahead 20 years. And now these kids for prank week for college have to find a dead body and drop in one of the girls' dorms. And they go to this cryogenic laboratory and they find a body that has the slugs all in it. And they release the slugs. So one of my favorite lines of a horror movie of all time is, the good news is your dates are here. And the girl goes, well, what's the bad news? He goes, they're dead. And he just walked around killing zombie college kids the whole time. It's fucking great. Like, I love it. It's cheesy, it's campy, but it's awesome.
Looking at it, I just looked it up. I've definitely seen it. I can't tell you one thing about it, but I've seen that movie before.
Yeah, HBO used to play the shit out of that back.
It was just on TV, probably.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's on Amazon. I'll have to check it out.
When he said the star of it, whatever, like the minute you see the kid who I'm assuming is the star from the picture I saw, you've seen the movie.
He's Rusty from National Lampoon's European Vacation.
All right.
And then Tom Atkins also, like, he's been in a ton of stuff too. So when you see him, you'll know it.
You're throwing me through a loop here, bro, because some of these movies I'm like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, but that's what's cool about it too, because I want to see them.
Yeah, because I feel like my list is probably pretty generic.
I want to crumble my list up and throw it the fuck away.
Yeah, so like I'm not breaking any fucking grounds with my list, but all right, Forsythe, what do we got going moving forward?
Number 5, you've seen it. I believe it's one of your favorite movies, horror movies. And John Landis came up with the script of this movie, screenplay, when he was a gopher while he was working on Kelly's Heroes back in, fucking year was that, like 1970, whatever. He was in Yugoslavia. They were filming a scene or whatever, and a gypsy funeral was coming down the road, and he stopped and he was like, what the fuck is this all about? And he goes over and he notices that this the grave was dug probably like 20 feet down, and they were burying the body feet first, and they wrapped it in garlic and they were dumping it in this hole. And so he grabbed one of the people going by and he said, why did you do that? And they're like, oh, that's so it doesn't come back from the dead. He was like, oh, all right. So anyways, number 5 for me is American Werewolf in London. And this is the one the wife and I decided we couldn't think. We kept forgetting about a movie, weren't sure which one, and it was this one. And as soon as she said it, I was like, fuck, how could I ever forget about that movie? It is quintessential horror movie from the 80s. It won an Oscar for Best Makeup by Rick Baker, who's done anything you ever seen with a werewolf. He does all the best stuff. It's fantastic from beginning to end. And I always wanted to go to a bar called The Butchered Lamb.
What is it called?
Oh, Slaughtered Lamb.
Where's that at?
It's wherever they film that movie at. That's the
Oh.
bar they're at before when they're backpacking through the countryside.
Oh,
They end
yeah,
up
yeah.
they end up in
Yeah,
a
yeah.
bar called the Slaughtered Lamb, which I actually think there is a bar called that somewhere.
Bender, did you ever see it?
Seen it, couldn't really have too much of a discussion on it though.
Well, all right. Well, I can have a little bit of discussion on it. Here's the thing. The special effects were incredible. The transformation to the wolf was probably some of the best special effects, even to this day. I mean, it was groundbreaking at the time. I mean, it was incredible. Especially compared to the CGI bullshit that you see. That's just like, it looks terrible. Like, it's just, not on my top 10. I don't, I like it. It's a good movie. Didn't make my top 10. But not to say, like, I could absolutely see how that is, because it really is. It's one of those movies that
it's creepy. It's funny. It's awesome.
Like the dude that was killed that he's always seeing, like, talking to, like, I could definitely see how. But wait a minute. So when did that come out? Was that 78? Did you say?
No, that was like 80. Let me say. I just tossed the paper away. That was 80.
That had to be early 80s then. I would imagine.
Written down. Yeah, it was like 84, 85 maybe. I'm terrible with figuring that shit out with the years.
No, I hear you.
Now was that? I mean, just to ask the question, I guess. Was there ever like that kind of werewolf movie? I mean, I know that the werewolf movies probably existed, but did they have them where like the guy morphs into the werewolf and everything before that? Is that like
I think that the Howling, maybe? I don't know if that's before or afterwards.
That I don't know. There's been several Howling movies. None of them I don't think were really that good.
They came out the same year, the Howling and that.
But I don't think the Howling was on par with the special effects. No, yeah.
What was it?
Actually, Bender, on Rogan, I don't know if he's moved it yet, but his old studio, he has the werewolf, like a replica werewolf in his studio from American Werewolf in London.
Nice.
Yeah, people would like take pictures and shit with it. Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
Awesome.
You had that little museum part in the beginning, and there was I never knew exactly what it was, but I've seen that picture.
Yeah. All right, what do we got? What's next? What do we got?
Number 4, Hellraiser 2. I love the Hellraiser movies. I love the first and second one. You can skip 3. I'm a big fan of 4, which people are like, it's fucking garbage. Anything after 2 is garbage. Dude, Bloodline is great. It's all about how the Levent configuration, which is the box, is made. Hellraiser 2, though, I think captures the fantasy element that Clive Barker likes to put into all of his stuff. Yeah. It does the best job of that. It's nasty. It's sexy, even with like all the blood and everything like that. Like, kind of makes you want to bang a chick with no skin on a bloody bed. You know what I mean? It's, dude, to me, I love it. And it was just at that age where I saw it, I was like, this is really fucked up, and it's really great. They really need to reboot it, though. They need to do it. Like, he just finished the Hellraiser series in the books. The final one's called The Scarlet Gospel. And I have it actually autographed by him. His whole universe he's created has not been done well in the movies and film, and it's sad. It really needs some effort needs to be put into it, because I don't know if you guys ever seen Lord of Illusions with Scott Bakula. I forget the name of the character, but he is actually supposed to be incorporated into the Hellraiser universe. Kirsty, who is in 1 and 2, the Hellraiser movies. She might show up again in another one. I don't remember. But in the book, she eventually becomes Pinhead herself. And they did a great comic book series of Hellraiser too, which, dude, just take those fucking comics and make a TV show out of them. Like, do something with them. Like, don't let this great, like, franchise sit here. But They just shit the bed with it.
Well, so that comic book series you turned me on to, and it really was good. I really enjoyed it. And Hellraiser is one of those things. First of all, Pinhead is probably one of the most iconic horror icons, like, you know, most notable, recognizable people in horror of all time. And the thing that always kind of fucked me up a little bit about Hellraiser, I wasn't always sure what the fuck was going on in the movies. like it was a little bit confusing at times. Sometimes I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now? Like and I don't know if that's maybe just me, but I just did recently watch 2 again. And I would probably agree with you that 2 is probably better than 1.
Oh yeah.
I definitely thought that there was definitely more in-depth, like a vision of hell and all those things. And that's one thing that I will say about Hellraiser is that regardless of the story, whatever, the way the Gothic style and the dark imagery and the not only just dark imagery, but just the ruthlessness of what was going on with the creatures or characters, whatever you want to call them.
Cenobites.
It's fucking terrifying. Like if you're a fucking religious person and you believe in hell, if that gives you an image of hell, of what could potentially be hell, then any other movie, in my opinion, that it's just fucking absolutely terrifying.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great, man. I love it. And it's just a shame that they did to what they did with, like, just he had a whole story plotted out. Just remake those and make the whole story. Even if you do like a fucking television series of it, do the whole thing together. Do it, because there's a lot of mythology in it. Leviathan, like when it changes shape from into the lament configuration, like you hear that horn during the movie where it's like when they're in the labyrinth and it's going boom. That's Morse code. It's spelling God. Like boom.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's all kinds of little things they did in that movie that are just it's fucking wonderful, and it doesn't get enough credit, I don't think.
I feel like Tool would be playing in hell potentially during Hellraiser, but I kind of agree. I mean, I think Hellraiser, the potential to be more of what it is, because after 1 and 2, I forget which one 3 was.
It's just forgettable. They take over like a concert hall or something, and there's DJs, and they make a new Cenobite that fires CDs out of his head or something.
Yeah, got all stuck in his head. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's fucking brutal.
I will say this: the girl that's in that movie is smoking hot.
The third one?
Yeah, she's got dark hair, and she like holds up the I don't know, the fucking Rubik's Cube of hell. I don't even know what that's considered, but
the lament configuration.
Yeah, so she like holds that up and she's like, I don't know what this is. She's gorgeous. That's just me being a fucking pervert. Like I was like, talking about banging chicks on bloody fucking stones and whatever. But
mattress. It was an old mattress. He's like, mattress. Yeah. So she was hot though. That's the first time I was ever like, you know what? I could probably have sex in a pool of blood. Like, it looks kind of hot.
Yeah, I've had sex in I've done a lot of things for sex that I regret. So I think pool of blood, I might pull it off.
Well, I mean, let's face it. There's definitely we've. I think it's safe to say that we've all delved into some bloody vag.
Oh.
No.
Of course.
Oh, I was gonna say because
I'm like, wait, what are we talking about? But yes,
well,
you do it less as you get older. I go back to my 20s. Yeah, I'm doing it all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if I didn't have to wash the sheets, then yeah, it's fun.
Well, plus you got to call their bluff.
No, that is true. I've had some.
I'm like, bitch, you said this last week and the week before. But on a real take though, what I'll say as a complete outsider on Hellraiser, one thing I feel confident enough to say, especially after hearing you guys talk about it, I think like to me, it's like if you know, to put it in a music sense, it's like Hellraiser is like, you know, if you like rap, you can listen to like Run DMC Walk This Way and be like, I kind of like rock, but you're never gonna go to heavy metal. You know what I mean? To me, Hellraiser just scared me. Like I just looked at like it's just scary. Cause because like I know the character very well, like just visually. And it's a movie I never wanted to touch. It's a movie I had zero interest in because there are some movies like that are, you know, just meant to be fucking scary. And I think that was one that did it to the extreme, to the point where I knew not even to go near it.
Yeah, no, a buddy of mine that we were talking about the other day, when he was talking about the one guy with the clanking teeth, he's like, dude, it freaks me the fuck out.
That's the kind of shit that, and I was thinking about this a little bit when we were getting into it, is like, because I used to think I was scared of movies. Like, I used to think I didn't like horror because I was scared of them. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, these things ain't scary, though, even the ones that I consider scary. But you know what? When you're fucking 18, 15, whatever, and you're sitting on the couch by yourself and the fucking TV's on and the lights are off and you're watching something like Hellraiser, it starts to get fucking scary. You know what I mean?
Bit.
No,
yeah.
Like I could into the deep recesses of your soul. You start like thinking about shit and you're like, fuck.
But another thing I think might be worth, like, I'm actually just intrigued to look into is if you, who definitely seems to know your shit, James, can't understand why they're not making any more of these movies. And then me thinking the horror movies right now, they just pumping them the fuck out. What is in the way then?
To answer your question, I don't know what the deal is with that, and it's all of Clive Barker's franchises that are like that. Sci-Fi Channel last year or 2 years ago, we're going to do a series on Nightbreed, which was a movie he had out 89, 91, I think it might have been. You remember it? It was like really cool.
Again, I hate to say it like this, but it's like one of them things where, trust me, man, I've seen like when you said the Night of the Creeps, like I've seen it. But I just never really engaged. Like you said, it would be on. I'll watch 15 minutes of it, but it never sucked me in. But what I will ask though is, do you think it is an artistic thing? Like he won't let people do it?
I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is. I think he's been trying to. So they've made numerous Hellraiser movies that have all been, for the most part, pretty terrible. There's more bad Hellraiser movies than there are good ones. And so I don't know if he owns the rights anymore or what the deal is.
Yeah.
But he's been trying to get stuff working. Supposedly the Nightbreed series is still trying to get going. And there's something else too that he was trying to do. I forget what it was.
But you know, just
like
a
total letdown.
But not and like with, you know, I have no knowledge of the topic, but just on movies in general, what's intriguing me is, like, something's got to be in the way of it because, like I said, they're pumping these things out, and it makes no sense. Like at this point, if it's like, you know, it must be a money thing or something must be. I'm sure people have offered to make more of them. You know.
Well, if you could pump money into fucking Bride of Chucky or Seed of fucking Chucky, like you can rework and put some fucking money into Hellraiser.
Well, I think what it comes down to is the depth and scope of the project. So there has always been rumors that they're going to reboot Hellraiser and everything. But I think if they redo it, he's finished now the story of Hellraiser, I believe, with the Scarlet. I didn't read the Scarlet Gospel yet, but I think it's done. So I think if he wants somebody to take it over or to actually make it, he wants them to follow the outline he's already established. Like, dude, fucking make these, you know what I mean? Make my story, but do it fucking right.
Yeah.
Like, don't make a side movie that has to deal with somebody. I think it's the fifth one. It's the dude who was the weatherman for Action News? His son?
David Boreanaz.
Yes. There's one that stars him, I think. Or I might be getting him confused with somebody else.
Who was the weatherman?
Yeah, you know.
Tommy knew it? I'll tell you, Billy Boreanaz.
Oh, well, I'm a big, I mean, since we're on horror, I'm a big Angel.
Weatherman fan?
I'm a
liar. It wasn't him. It was Craig Sheffer. who was in Nightbreed, but he looks like that David Boreanaz guy.
Oh, he does. Yeah. By the way, that's an underrated horror movie. Nightbreed was good. I liked him.
Yeah.
I like Nightbreed.
It is, and that's what we were talking about. They were trying to make a whole series of that on Sci-Fi.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, they just can't get the ball rolling there.
They can't get anybody to sit for the fucking costume makeup.
Yeah.
Well, who the fuck is David Boreanaz's dad? Now he's the guy from
Action News.
He's
Action
retired
News now. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it Papa? Gary Papa?
No,
he's dead. Gary Papa's dead.
But
Is he? Well, it doesn't mean his son can't be still alive. Well, anyway, I know that because he's a Philly guy. David Boreanaz is a Philly guy, and I think. Well, he may have done like sitcoms. I don't know, like soap operas.
But I thought cheesy shit like stuff like your mom watches on Thursday night or something. Like not your mom per se, but anybody's mom.
I was gonna say, my mom.
Yeah,
like terrible CSI shit or NCIS. It's like he does shows like that.
Oh yeah, like he was in Bones, he was in Angel and Buffy. And personally, Buffy, since we're on horror, Buffy the Vampire Slayer is one of the greatest TV shows, in my opinion, in that genre. I absolutely love it. I know a lot of people maybe cringe. Some of those episodes, I would tell, especially at that time, I would tell any horror fan, there's definitely several episodes in that whole series, which I think they ran maybe 7 or 8 seasons, that are incredible episodes. But again, I don't really want to go back. I don't want to go too deep into that. And
I have friends that swear by that also. I never really gave it a shot, and that was Joss Whedon's big claim to fame. Really,
yeah.
But he can't. And look at him now.
I said the wrong name to you, I think, earlier, Tom, and I'll ask James this question too. When you were talking about sci-fi, what is the big series that I thought it was J.J. Abrams, maybe it's Joss Whedon, that ran for only like one season? It's like a new age Star Wars, and everybody wishes it would come back, and then they made like a movie.
Firefly.
Yeah.
I think which one of them is the movie, right?
They made a movie.
Might be the movie.
Yeah. I don't know. We were just talking about sci-fi, and I was trying to explain that, and I figured you'd know it.
It was Firefly. And then they made the movie. I forget the name of it. The name of the movie is the name of the ship, I think. Something like that, or vice versa. I actually never got into it. Like I tried it a couple times, but it just wasn't my thing. So,
all right. So what do we have? The big three?
Big three.
Oh shit.
We're at?
I'm pretty standard at this point. It might be kind of a letdown.
No.
Well, I hope you're standard at this point.
Yeah, because there's a few. Like
yeah. I'm over here rewriting. I'm writing all. I'm like making shit up now.
Well, because I feel like as a movie guy, I mean, horror is probably my favorite genre. My list in comparison, I mean, there's definitely some movies that Jamie mentioned that I'm like, I'm fucking clueless. Like, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I mean, Martyrs I've heard of. I just never gave it a shot. But I feel like the top three, I feel like it's universal almost. I could be wrong here, but I feel like most people that are going to evaluate horror, I can almost guarantee what's going to be number one, unless I'm blown away if I'm wrong.
You know what my number one is.
Yeah.
Like I don't even make any. But we'll go to three first.
Yes.
So three, and you probably wouldn't have guessed this, but it was a critical and commercial bomb in 1982 when it came out. Can you guess what it was, by any chance?
In 82, I was
82.
I was 2 years old, so I wasn't.
Yeah, but you've seen it 100 times. It was John Carpenter's The Thing.
Okay.
Kurt Russell.
I didn't know that was a bomb.
It was a critical and commercial bomb. Nobody liked it. Critics hated it. Audiences fucking hated it. It made no money, and only through the years going by that it actually started to get a cult following. And to the fact now, I don't even think it's a cult movie. I think it's just like one of those movies that people love, and you don't realize at the time that came out it was turd.
Well, that's great. Like, okay, so that is not in my top 10.
When did Michael Myers come out?
Was it 78?
Because in the beginning of that, they're watching The Thing, but I thought it was really old.
Oh, were they?
Well, that's what they won't stop paying attention to, while he's fucking going around and killing everybody. But it looked like it could be a completely different The Thing, but it's The Thing.
Well, The Thing is a remake from the 1951 movie, The Thing from Another Planet.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It could be that.
Wait, did you say who directed The Thing? Was that
John Carpenter?
Oh, John Carpenter. Yeah, that's right. The Thing, in my opinion, is a really good movie, which is why I'm surprised that it was a flop at the time.
Yeah.
It didn't make my top 10, but that is absolutely one of the movies that I thought of where I was like, could I really interchange this and maybe put this in the top 10? They came out with a remake of that as well.
Yeah, it was like a prequel sequel kind of thing.
It was.
I've actually never even watched it. I was just like, I'm not dealing with it.
Yeah, I actually went on a date to go see the remake, and she was like, "Really, you brought me to see this?" But that was a good movie. My dad was in that. Russell. Kurt Russell. I was gonna say
for 2 seconds, because I don't think I ever met your dad or whatever. For 2 seconds, I was like, wait, Tommy's dad.
Well, I was gonna say Russell Crowe, and then I'm like, wait, my dad doesn't look like Russell Crowe.
He looks like Kurt Russell in Tombstone or something like that.
Yeah. So my dad had a crazy mustache. So we always, Jamie and some other people always would joke around and say, your dad looks like Kurt Russell in Tombstone.
Yeah, the thing about this movie, and there's a lot of speculation about the ending of it. In fact, there was a video game in the early 2000s, where you play as Matt, Kurt Russell's character, and they kind of say that, Childs, the black dude, is dead at the end of it. Well, a lot of people always said, well, one of them's the Thing at the end of that. And it went back and forth. Who was the Thing? Who wasn't? And what was his name? What was the black dude's name? Keith David. He goes, well, it wasn't me because I had an earring in my ear still. So it couldn't have been me. And then people would be like, well, there's a light in people's eyes. So the part where they're filming the blood scene and they take that hot, was a paper clip, I guess, they hit it on fire, they dip it into the blood, and the fucking thing jumped out of the blood. Anybody that was alive had like a little bit of light in their eye. And then when it got to the guy that, his blood was going to explode all over everyone, he had no light in his eye. And they actually used like a little pen light to do that while filming, just to make it seem like, all right, this motherfucker has dead eyes. He ain't, he's whatever. But finally in 2013, John Carpenter said, he's like, it's been obvious all this time that Childs, Keith David, he was the Thing. And people were like, well, why is that obvious? They're like, because Kurt Russell's sitting there at sub-degree weather or whatever. It's like minus 20 degrees. He's the only one with air coming out of his mouth. And you can see the steam. Keith David's character, Childs, has no air coming out of his mouth the whole time they're talking. He's like, I did it like that so people would be like, see that, all right, he's the Thing. So that's why he just sits there and he's like, well, let's just sit here and wait and see what happens. And
well, that's shit that maybe Bender could really address on, but like that shit that I like watching that, like that's things that I never picked up on. So those are like little directions that,
Before I went to film school, I kind of thought all that stuff was bullshit. There was like in other words, I kind of just thought like you picked up a camera, you tried to make a scary movie, you made it in a way you thought was scary, and that was it. And there was like one, for example, person I had to do a paper on, which you might not care for this person, which is fine, but I had to do a paper on Night Shyamalan, and he uses color in a weird way. Everything associated with the dead is red. So if you watch like The Sixth Sense, everything that can be touched, like remember he couldn't get in the door. Remember he couldn't get in like the door or whatever.
Yeah.
But like like when you go back, then I used to think that like, okay, so what? So they start using color, whatever. But the thing is it becomes so complex that actually you don't realize that you're subtly being told a story and you don't even like it's like subconsciously you are picking up on a lot of this shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they're using it to tell the story. And it's kind of fucking interesting, you know?
It gives films a lot of replay value too.
Yeah.
You want to go back and watch because of that.
But if you think like, I mean, I honestly, I know I've seen The Thing. It's another one of them movies. I can't sit here and break down scene by scene. But when you were saying the thing about lights in the eyes, it's like, if somebody told me that before film school, I'd be like, whatever. Like, even if it was true, whatever. But the fact that like, they're thinking about that the whole time. They're thinking about that in every single, scene that they create. They're looking and saying, hey, this guy's not got his lighting in his eyes is wrong. And it's, you know what I mean? And the fact that they're actually focusing on it to the point where, like you said, they actually had to put a laser pointer in a guy's eye to keep with their formula. I mean, there's an obvious purpose for it, you know?
Yeah, it's cool.
Well, so Jamie, I'm going to ask you a question because that was another movie that did make my top 10. But when did The Thing come out? Did you say?
I thought it was 82.
82. Okay. And let me ask you a question. I don't know. Was that before or after? Did Alien come out after that?
Alien was like 70 something, I think.
All right. So what makes that better than Alien? Because neither one of them made my top 10, but they easily could have. And I feel like Alien was that commercial success and probably is much more well known probably than The Thing.
For me, it's just I'm a big Kurt Russell fan. I think he's great, and I think that's one of those roles where, yeah, you could have interchanged it with somebody else. I forget who I was reading earlier that they wanted to put in the part, but there's a lot of charisma to a lot of these guys that make these 80s movies so good. Like, could you imagine anybody else being in Big Trouble, Little China?
Oh,
like
man,
Kurt Russell. Yeah, right. But like fucking Alien, yeah, it was scary and stuff like that, and it could easily be on. I find Aliens more scary than Alien.
Yeah.
Just because I remember I've watched that 100 times more than the first one, and just the whole creature that H.R. Giger, is so terrifying looking when I was younger. Like, I can remember sitting there watching this, this is fucked up. So I actually played with the thought of having Aliens on the list, but then I was like, I'm just going to go with what I have. But I understand, like, so I've gotten arguments with like uncles and stuff like that think Alien, is the scariest sci-fi movie or just a horror movie in general. And I agree. Alien does more with less budget than probably most movies did. Like the fact that like when Tom Skerritt's in the rafters or venting, and he pulls the light over and it's just, you see the alien come out you with this face. Yeah. Dude was just in a black skin tight suit. All he had were gloves and a mask. That's all it was. But it cuts away so fast that you don't see anything. The Thing, like, that's where more of the art of horror movies started to take shape. You put The Thing in there with American Werewolf in London and all the Rick Baker movies where makeup and visual effects were like a big thing. To me, The Thing just has a lot of character to it. It has a lot more mystery to it the whole time. You don't know what's going on. So in Alien, you're being fucking hunted by this thing. You don't know where it's going to show up at all. But in The Thing, you don't know who the fucking thing is. You don't know what it's going to do. You don't know what his plan is.
Right.
So that just, to me, stimulates my horror vibe more so than anything else.
Well, when you were saying The Thing, this is the point I was trying to make to you earlier, Tom, that I when I was saying about like crossing genres, and I'm remembering now when you were saying this. So I started to have this thought of like, it's such a all these movies are borderline action movies. And when I say borderline action movies, it's like, you know how in horror movies you're always like, why are you like you're always saying, why are they going in there? Like that's the joke of horror movies, right?
Right, right.
I started thinking if they made the other choice, it becomes an action movie. If they made the choice of I'll do this and you know what I mean? Like it does, most horror movies don't become an action movie until the final battle with that character. Right. So it's like Alien maybe it might have had a better success in a way because it kind of has the action movie additive, you know, like he said, they know what's coming at them and they're going after it. Whereas the other thing is this, like the whole movie's based on this fear. So it stays as just a thriller or horror, you know? And I mean, that's just a thought, I'm not even, you know, concretely stuck to it, but I started thinking.
No, I think you nailed that. That's actually pretty good reasoning behind it.
Yeah. Like, you know, I was thinking that when I was, well, first off, because I guess you're not going to mention this movie, so I'll mention it now, which is a good idea to not mention it, but Halloween is probably not on your top 10?
No.
Okay. Well, I brought this up to Tommy. So I'm watching Halloween and I'm going, there's something very fucking familiar about this movie. And this is where I started having the action movie thought. Like if they made the right decisions, it'd be an action movie. And I said, this movie really reminds me of something. And then I thought of the movie and I thought Terminator. And then I looked it up in Google. And like I said, maybe, you know, you could debunk this, but I didn't get too researched into it. But the very first thing I pulled up was that James Cameron said that he got most of his inspiration for the movie Terminator from Halloween and Carpenter, I guess it was. And I didn't read more into it, but where I was getting my connection was like, they're coming out of the insane asylum and they're looking for Michael Myers. Whereas in the Terminator, you have this side story of these guys looking for Sarah Connor or John Connor. You know what I mean? You have these two worlds. And then at times he uses that kind of slowness in the Terminator character. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you have this, think about the two girls, how kind of similar they are from the first Halloween to Terminator. It's what's her face in the first Halloween?
Jamie Lee.
Yeah. And then James Cameron's wife, whatever her name is again, I forget. And it's kind of like, like it's these two women that become the actual like action hero in the end. But like I said, I didn't research fully into it. I just started getting that feeling and I just Googled it. Now, where I read that, what exact article it was, how factual it was, I don't know. But the fact that I just typed in Terminator Halloween and that was the first article came up made me feel that maybe my intuition was correct, you know?
Yeah. That sounds, I mean, I never heard that before, so that's pretty cool. I always did hear the Terminator was a remake of another movie, though. And I saw this years ago, just somebody talking about it. And the fuck if I can remember what the movie was. But supposedly he did, like, rip off Terminator or something else.
No, you're right, because he got sued and lost.
Oh, really?
Or if he didn't lose, and again, whenever we have a topic like this, if I research this, I'll put it in underneath the thing. But you are right about something. Somebody sued James Cameron for Terminator, said it was their idea or it came from something. And I don't know
another
if they
movie
won.
or something.
Yeah, you are right.
Well, he did that with Avatar also too. Like he supposedly ripped that whole thing off.
Well, again, from film school, one of the coolest things I ever like. They have a saying in film school, and it is because you're supposed to steal, right?
Yeah.
So what they teach you is, if you look at every movie, they actually copy other movies. They copy shit. Some movies you can like break it down scene by scene, like the blocking. And this goes back to what we were saying about the lights in the eyes. They literally set up a scene and they'll title it like this is the Terminator scene, even though it's a completely different movie, you know? And they'll do the blocking and everything the same. So what they say is a good director creates. And a great director steals from other directors.
Yeah,
that's a saying in film school.
Yeah, it's like inspiration. These people have done something that inspires you, and you implement it into your stuff. Like,
so when you learn about when you start to learn about that shit, what the main there's a couple certain things that they like use, and then they show you how many times it's been used. So I brought this up to Tommy earlier in a way. It's the step sequence in Untouchables or something, where the baby carriage is going down the steps.
Yeah.
Okay, that is the culmination of being remade a million times from a movie called Battleship Potemkin, which was like a propaganda film from Germany or something. And they have a scene on the Odessa steps. And basically what happened was somebody kind of created that whole idea of like focusing in on the movement of an object, but being able to delay time. Like everything around it's happening a lot faster than the actual thing that's coming down the steps. You know what I'm saying? So they actually start to show you how many times in how many movies that same exact sequence has been copied.
I'm peeing. I gotta pee again.
What the fuck? Put it in a can.
I was thinking that. I'm
only kidding. Go ahead.
Man. All right, hold
on. What do we got? What are we on now? Number 2, though?
Number 2.
All right, we'll wait for Tommy. But yeah, no, like, it's kind of interesting how, even if you try and correlate certain things, you kind of think that it's kind of bullshit. Like at the end of the day, even as a guy who wanted to make movies in a sense, I used to think like a lot of that shit comes after the fact. Like you make a movie and then a bunch of fanboys start, saying, oh, look at their eyes or look at whatever. And, you find out that shit's all purposely done and really, really thought out.
Yeah. The thing is one of those movies where you can fall into a hole with that and just start reading about all the weird shit that they've done the whole time. And that to me is that's why I picked it where I did. You know what I mean? Like there's still something really creepy about that. I don't know. Aliens are all right, but they're a little too much on the nose for me. Like, I still find Aliens more creepy than the first one. And I hate that movie makes me hate Paul Reiser. Like I fucking hate Paul Reiser because of that movie where I can't even watch that fucking dude.
I like Paul Reiser.
He's a cunt, dude. He's such a fucking asshole in that Aliens. Well, and he ruined his whole career for me with that.
Well, that's another thing too that me and my brother always talk about. You watch Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
So what was the kid's name? Jeremy?
Joffrey?
Yeah. So me and my brother always say that's when you know somebody's a good actor is when their goal is to be a little jerk off and you just hate them. I hate his face. I hate seeing him, and it means they're super successful. Like it's like the burden that they bear for doing such a great job on a role.
Yeah. But there's a problem. The downside about that too is that you're always going to be a dick for every role you get.
Yeah.
Like look at the guy that was the dude from Ghostbusters and he was in Real Genius and he was what the hell was his name? He was always an asshole though. Like every time you seen him, he was just an asshole. Redheaded guy with the beard in Ghostbusters.
Yes, I know you're talking.
You know what I mean?
No, I don't. He was in Real Genius.
Yeah, he was the professor.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Such a cunt.
Yeah, no, I know. Since we were just mentioning, I don't know where you guys were going off. I was taking a piss. Since we were talking about Halloween, though. I cannot, for anybody that's watching this on YouTube, we've had another guest on the show besides Jamie. It's Danny's new. We talked about. I don't know if it's a long lost aunt over his shoulder in the painting.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
And in the picture, I'm assuming that he put that for scare tactics, whatever. But I cannot not see Michael Myers now in that picture.
So thanks for ruining my day. First off, what I call that is the very first transgender woman.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. But I could also see Michael Myers.
Well, if you want a quick rundown on the thing, see, she's on a Singer sewing machine there, right? I just got this picture, so this could be haunted, the picture. I don't know. But this is Margaret's sewing machine. I usually refurbish it, so I'll always pick up a sewing machine and then I'll like turn it into a desk or something. And then something came over me because this thing was filled with all kinds of stuff. And I started researching like some of the stuff. And this came out of like a shop from Cleveland, and it had little work envelopes from like 1905, like written down on there, like what it was. And I researched, it was like RF Radcliffe. I got all the information on the computer, and it's a business that went out of business from a fire. And I found a picture of the fire, and there's the business right there in Cleveland. And there's just so much in this desk that like everything was filled. It was someone's working desk from 1910, like never touched. There wasn't, you know, you would find like an old penny, like you find a desk like this, you would find like a penny in it from 1955 and say, okay, it's not that old.
Right.
This thing had nothing in it other than like stuff from 1910. And I'm talking, I took shoe boxes out. And then what happened was I just got this thing where I said, this was some woman's work desk. I can't mess with it. And so I don't touch it. And I normally don't. This is why I'm a little nervous. See, it's dusty, whatever. I normally do not put anything on it because I actually feel that she might not like it, but I thought she might want to be in the podcast today. So I brought her over because we do get along. I'm not really afraid to go. Like I think that there's this spirit connected to that thing, but I'm not afraid of the stuff, and she don't mess with me, so we're friends. But I figured I'll bring a little bit of that eeriness into the show.
I have the same one, I think, in my living room, except mine's open because I keep the sewing machine up and everything like that.
Like with the sewing machine out?
Yeah, I just throw my keys on all the hooks and shit that hang off of it.
Dude, this thing had like the instruction. I have the instruction manual and like the little case of. It's really interesting. I found a dog tag. Like, this is what I mean. Like, the only personal item in there was a dog tag wait, check this out. I bought it during the pandemic, and here's the other freaky part. I'll show you the dog tag at some point. The dog tags from there's one thing dated in there above, like that I can link by actually having a date on it. And the date is 1918, which is the Spanish flu. So and imagine I got this thing in like April. Like, it was like, well, something to do, go out and go to a salvage place. So, anyway, that's Margaret's desk. And this is her new friend, the first transgender lady. And I think her facial expression changed since I said that. So I'm a little nervous.
Yeah, I think she moved a little bit. She got a little bit pissed. She just canceled you. She just fucking.
Now I'm going to be scared though, because it looks like Michael Myers. It looks like fucking Michael Myers.
Yeah. Well, Michael Myers' mask is actually a Captain Kirk mask.
Yeah.
Well, was it from another? For some reason, I have it in my head that it was a prop, like somebody that worked on the film worked on another film and had like this mask, or was it something you buy in the store?
I think it was something you buy in the store.
Okay.
I think, and then they just fucked with it, make it creepy looking.
Painted it white, that's probably what they did. Probably was a Kirk mask they painted white.
All right, so we're on to number two.
Number two. It's gonna be. I don't know. I always feel like when I say this, everybody's like, "Oh, that's what you picked as number two." But to me, as a little kid growing up in the '80s, and you were limited to how many horror movies you could get. When I hit about like 8 or 9, my dad didn't give a shit, and we would watch everything. Like, I can remember the first movie we went and seen where he told me to stop covering my eyes. He was like, "Just knock it off. Like, you just look at the tits." And I was like, "All right." Was Serpent in the Rainbow. But my number two movie is Poltergeist. I think Poltergeist is a quintessential horror movie for the 80s and of all time. It can't be remade. It was done by Tobe Hooper, the guy that did Texas Chainsaw Massacre, even though a lot of people seem to think that Steven Spielberg actually had a lot more to do with that than they say. I mean, he did produce it and write it, do all that kind of shit. But Poltergeist still, to this day, I mean, gives me the creeps a little bit here and there. I don't know why. I don't know what the deal is. It's the fucking evil Pathmark man that sold people houses on Indian burial grounds. And I don't know. I still just love it. And I even like the second one too.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. How many are there?
There's 3, I think.
Because I only remember like the one with the Indian lady. I think she was in 2 of them, but was she in all of them?
The little midget lady.
Was she like that? Was she in 3?
I think she was in 3, but they killed her in 3. I think.
Maybe. I know she was definitely in the first 2.
Yeah.
I just remember her being creepy.
Yeah.
The third one was
terrible. Tom Skerritt come up again with Tom Skerritt, but it was in a high-rise building, and they actually had to finish the movie with a stand-in because the little girl died of the flu, I think,
Carol
or whatever she had. Yeah, she died of something. I forget what it was. I always thought it was the flu or pneumonia or something. Pneumonia.
That's what I thought, and then somebody else just mentioned it was something else. But I actually do kind of like the third one. I mean, I don't know if it was maybe because I think that might have came out in like 89 maybe. It was nowhere near on par with the first 2. I'm gonna say, I mean, I'm right there with you. Like, I absolutely love Poltergeist. I don't know, Bender, have you saw this?
Yeah,
you saw Poltergeist, right?
And I tried to watch it again, and when I say tried to watch it, it's not like it's horrible or anything, but I started to remember it, and so I kind of was like, I'll go on to something else. But the thing that I started to see was I saw a lot of, now I know he only like maybe wrote it or whatever, but I started to see so much Steven Spielberg that I kind of thought, I get this. And now I must have really missed something. Cause I remember like the dad has to go back, and I don't know if this is one, but once I saw that tree come alive and come and grab the one kid at one point, I was kind of like, I kind of feel like I remember this, but now when you said that it scares you, I'm like, I think I should have watched the rest of it.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just creepy. It's just creepy. I
mean,
it just has those parts to it that are just like.
There's so many creepy elements to this movie, and I think because it's very Hollywood. It's very like I don't want to say big budget because I don't really know, but it's definitely
was.
Yeah, it's not one of those like underground horror movies. And the thing about Poltergeist was you have this quintessential all-American family that they're just trying to live this American dream, and they move into this house, and you know it's in the suburbs, and it's this beautiful home, and then all this weird shit just starts to take place, and it just fucking hits the fan. And then even when you think it's over, it fucking comes right the fuck back. And I can't even begin to describe how much I fucking love Poltergeist. Like I just.
A lot of people leave out the fact, I think one of the biggest reasons this movie is so popular is also the score. The score sets the entire environment of the film. It gives it its creepy feeling. It gives it when it's happy, it's happy. When it's sad, it's sad. When there's an underlining fucking tone of evil just floating around. When they start coming down the stairs and they're videotaping it, and all the old people done up in like, you know, their old derby hats and shit coming down the stairs, and they're playing that music. It's just beautiful. It's like there's so many shots in that movie that are just pretty, and the music just accompanying with those scenes is awesome. Super well done movie. That's why I think a lot of people don't believe Tobe Hooper had a lot to do with that movie. He did what he was told, but overall, Steven Spielberg was, you know, the one.
That was why when I was trying, because I mean, I don't know if I said this to you, James, or not, but like basically what I did when we were kind of ventured into this was and thinking about Poltergeist is a perfect example to describe my experience with horror films, right? And how I have such a different, like when I went back and watched Halloween, I was telling Tommy, like I've watched Halloween a million times in a million different places in a million different ways. And I never knew that. I used to always be like, who is this guy? Where'd he come from? And 10 minutes in, they show you that he fucking jumped on top of the car. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like how he broke out. But so what I'm saying is I was always like half in, you know? Like I was always like, what are you guys watching? And then sat down in the middle. So like Poltergeist, for example, it's like I'm watching and I'm thinking, doesn't this girl go in the TV or something? And then they start playing with the chair and it kind of had this feel good Steven Spielberg thing. And then the tree came alive. And like, I just checked out of the movie at that point. Not that it wasn't good, but it was like, I'll get back to it. And I was always in and out of these movies. And the thing is if the movie really has a lot of twists and turns, you can think you understand the movie, but you don't, because so much more happens. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I always like looking back at it now that like the mom was like always stoned half the time.
Yeah.
And in the movie, like she's like sending the kid across the floor and stuff like that. And she's like, I gotta show you something. Like she's fried. She's out of her mind, like laughing, sending this fucking kid across the floor. And then like there's just certain little things about the movie
which
that
was done well. As that little thing, I know it sounds dumb, but I was watching it, and if you watch that scene, I really like. I mean, I'm sure if I sat there, and I'm sure it's very simple, and I'm sure it can be easily explained. But like, that's the Steven Spielberg element to me, where when you watch that kid go across the floor, and the dad is there like to catch her, he actually like grabs her because it looks like if he doesn't, she'll keep going.
She's going to keep going, yeah.
And he grabs her and there's momentum, yet there's nothing. There's no, you know, if that was a Michael Myers movie, she would have a big fucking bungee cord under her ass or something, and you'd see it.
Yeah,
you know, and but so you know, and even sticking with Michael Myers and kind of being in and out of shit and all, it's like I couldn't understand that stuff. But when you're talking about looking at things now, something funny that happened in the Michael Myers, I think it was Myers, where you know the scene in the first one where the girl and the guy are in the van, and then he goes in the house with her, and she's like, "You got to be quiet." This is before he dies, when he's got Mike Myers comes in with the sheet over his head, and kills her in the bed.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about or no? So
I haven't really seen it.
Perfect, because it's not good. So, but
I mean, I've seen it, but I haven't seen it in years.
But my girlfriend pointed out something hilarious. I'm watching it, and all of a sudden she says, "Ew!" She says something about him being a pervert, and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And then I rewind it, and the girl says, "We can't go in there because Lindsay's in there." Who's the girl? She's like babysitting, and the guy says, "I'm going to go in there and take your clothes off, and then I'm going to take her clothes off." And then they just lay. And I'm thinking in my head, like, he just said he's going to take a fucking like 10-year-old girl's clothes off. And you know what I mean? Like like there's like, in other words, like I'm thinking in my head, like that shit would never fly right now.
No, not at all. There's a lot of stuff from the 80s, 70s that, you know, gets said. I forget, there was just something the other day that the wife and I were talking about, and it was just fucked up. And I'm like, oh, we can never do that now.
Never.
Like, you know, it's just crazy.
Well, all I know is I fucking love this pick. I love Poltergeist. There's the nostalgia element to it, you know, as a kid for me watching that movie. And there was just so many elements to that movie that I just absolutely love. You know, even from the fact that you were talking about when she slides it across the floor, like seeing that happen in that moment in this happy home, you're like, it's so innocent with her. Like she's got her little football helmet on.
Yeah.
And there's this fucking buildup, like, before you know it, there's fucking dead bodies popping out of the fucking floor because they're completely unaware of what is about to come. And it's just everything about it, like from the tree, which you know, as a kid, laying in bed and looking outside your window and seeing shadows.
I've seen some creepy fucking trees, that I've had a double take and be like, it's going to eat me, man.
Well, and then from the doll, like from the clown, the doll, like, you know, just not only just there's two elements there. It's a doll and it's a clown, which are both fucking creepy in their own right.
Yeah.
And well, I think the thing that makes Steven Spielberg is he seems to understand like a child's mind. Like when you're saying, like, remember when you're a kid, you look at a tree, there's some creepy trees, and it's like he tells the story in this way where it's always kind of based around a child, but yet it's a story for everybody in a sense too, you know?
Yeah. Was he on Epstein's flight log?
Wait, but you do know that listen, I have no information as to why, and I think it's completely false, but he's in those creepy conspiracies. They put Steven Spielberg in that creepy conspiracy, and him with Tom Hanks.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. But anyway, great fucking movie, phenomenal.
Yeah, and we didn't even touch upon the fact that like there's shit about that movie. Of course, the curse.
Yeah,
It comes up that people that have died. Fucking poor older sister of those two kids were stabbed to death by her ex-boyfriend. Like within the year of that movie getting released. Carol Ann dying of pneumonia, did we figure out, or flu? I don't know. And then there was 2 other people that fucking died too that were, part of the film. Yeah. So there's a lot of creepy shit about that movie. And then they use real skeletons in the pool scene.
Yes.
Pausing in this thing.
Yeah.
So a lot of weird stuff.
Right now on Amazon, I didn't watch it, but like this is the kind of shit that I'm more into. Like I know more about some of these movies than actually watching them and shit. And right now, and I know it's been out for a while because I've seen it before, but I was going to watch it again. It's either on Amazon or Netflix or something. They have the documentary about all the crazy shit that happened to the people that were on Poltergeist.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll find that and put it in the link too.
It might be Netflix because they do the movies we grew up on or something like that.
That's
like
a good series. That whole series, the toys you grew up on, the movies you grew up on, it's a pretty good series.
So with that being said, drum roll fucking please. I think I know where this is going.
You gotta know.
Yeah.
I wish I could pick my computer up and show you my Mondo poster that I got from the Alamo Draft House when they did a special screening of this film. Again, to bring them up again tonight, the great Max von Sydow. My number 1 pick is The Exorcist. What can I even say about this film? That I think if you grew up, the first time I saw it, my dad made me watch it when I was 6 years old. Could be a form of child abuse. I don't know.
I was gonna say,
fucking somebody up like that.
At 6 years old, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but you know what? No matter how old you were when you watch this movie, it sticks with you. But nobody got more fucked up than Linda Blair for making this movie. I mean, she did soft porn. She was in
literally and figuratively.
Yeah, and it was in a short romance with Rick James for a little bit there afterwards. So it fucked her up. If you're in a relationship with Rick James, a movie destroyed your soul. There's nothing. I mean, we can all hang out and do coke together, but like you're in a relationship with Rick James, you have some childhood trauma that you have to deal with.
Yeah.
But to me, it's the greatest horror movie ever made. They'll never top it. But children today, kids today, most people today are soulless. They'll never understand why this movie is scary as it is. I don't think they'll get it. I guess you have to be somewhat of a God-fearing person to find this movie frightening. But at the same time, I'm not really one of those people. I just think that it's just wonderfully made. I just watched it the other night, and I watched it, and the wife went to bed, so I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm going to watch Heretic 2, which is the second Exorcist movie. And that is closest to being the worst fucking possible piece of shit movie I've ever seen in my life. Like, just terrible. Just absolutely terrible. And then the third one, I haven't seen in a while, but I love the third one. So if you watch The Exorcist and watch The Exorcist 3, they're direct sequels to one another. The second one, just skip, never even ever pay attention to it. But
that must have been a letdown for you. If Exorcist was your favorite movie ever, you probably were so fucking excited to go see 2 if it was that bad.
I don't remember
like how you felt about it or whatever.
Seeing it. Like, no, I didn't. Me and the old man definitely didn't go to the movies to see it. We watched that, I think, on like HBO one night late at night. And I remember my dad just looking at me, and I was a kid. He was like, "This is fucking terrible." Pazuzu? What the fuck is Pazuzu? And of course, Pazuzu's the demon that supposedly, and he was like, had to do with African tribes and locust fucking, problems and all kinds of stuff. But it just wasn't a good movie. Now, the third one is fantastic. And I remember, my dad and I went to the movies to see a lot of horror movies, but for some reason we just didn't go see The Exorcist 3. and we were watching The Exorcist 3 one night, and I don't know if you guys ever saw it. There's a part where a nurse is walking down the hallway. She checks the door. It's fine. She turns around, is walking down this hallway, and this headless creature, not creature, but person comes out with these giant scissors and follows her. And I never see my old man jump out of a fucking chair before. He was like, no, what the fuck was that? Like freaking out. And the Exorcist, freaking did a great job with it. William Peter Blatty, they are just awesome. Like they nailed it with this. They'll never be as creepy as this movie, as just offensively horrific as it. Even though they could say cunt, pussy, whatever they want to say, whatever. But Linda Blair, when she was filming this movie, she was filming lines, and Max von Sydow actually lost his train of thought while she was like, "Do you know what she did? Your cutting daughter," or something like that. And Max von Sydow was like, "We have to take a break. She just totally messed me up. I can't even concentrate," because he didn't even think about these horrible words coming out of a kid's mouth. Even though at the time they overdubbed it with an older lady's voice, so it wouldn't sound as weird. But yeah, I mean, dude, everything about this movie, from him sitting there listening to the tapes with the voices going backwards, where it's like, it's a priest. Like, there's so much creepy shit to this movie. The subliminal image of Pazuzu when he sees his mother in the subway and she's waving to him, and it just flashes that white face. Just little things. The part where the statue gets desecrated and the Virgin Mary has these weird candy corn looking tits and dick hanging off of her. There's just so much about this movie that's offensively horrific, that is so good that it puts you in the mindscape of what these people went through it was horrifying. So love it.
Yeah, I mean, dude, this is I know we haven't got to my list, but this is my number one. Not only is this my number one horror movie, but this is my favorite movie of all time. There has never been a movie that has impacted me and made me feel any sort of emotion or anything quite like this movie. Growing up in Southwest, I remember my next door neighbor. I was probably 13 when I first saw it, roughly around that age. I had a little crush on her. She was a little bit older than me. She, her and her sister were like, come on, we'll come in, watch this movie. They shut all the blinds. It was during the day, but they shut all the blinds, everything. So it was like fucking pitch black in her house. We watched this fucking movie, and like, I just remember walking out the front door, and it was daylight out, and I felt like I'm fucking safe now. Like, that's how much this movie made me feel. Like, it just fucking eviscerated everything in me. And especially, when you go back to being Catholic and whatever, at that age, I was in Catholic school. So, obviously, you learn about God and whatnot. But it just blows my mind. And even to this day, I will watch that movie and it raises the fucking hair on my arms. Like, there are certain fucking elements to all of this movie that just sends fucking tingles down my spine. And it's just, and maybe it's a nostalgic thing. It is, like you were saying, that it's a generation thing that maybe people today, like young kids that watch that, don't get that same reaction. Yeah. And I think maybe I think that comes down to their exposure to just so much. I don't really know. I can't really speak on that, but everything about that movie, absolutely incredible. Like, I'm giddy right now, because like, I don't even know how to really explain it, and like to really come across like how much that movie meant to me. I mean,
yeah, it's dude, it's just a fantastic movie. And what's his name? William Peter Blatty and Freaking got in this giant fight because they cut pivotal scenes out of the movie. And years later, they released that remastered one, or what is it, director's cut?
Yeah.
And Freaking actually said, he was like, all right, this is like, I'm sorry I cut it. This is actually my favorite version of the film. And like, say, I haven't seen the director's cut in a long time. I know she comes down backwards on her fucking hands and stuff like that, and like scream. But I remember like that was another scene too. Like it was always the old man because he watched shift work. He worked shift work, and I would put something on, and I wouldn't fucking tell him what it was. And I didn't tell him this was the director's cut. And that's another scene he fucking jumped at. He was like, "Oh, what the fuck is that? I never seen that before."
That's pretty cool. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was like, "That is the director's cut." He was like, "What the fuck?" And he got all upset, but like he would jump because he was always half tired, working shift work and stuff like that. But yeah, I think the director's cut's pretty solid. Like I mean, I don't have any real problems with it. You can tell that they didn't put forth a lot of time into those scenes, and I think that's why they were cut. They said they weren't doing anything for the story, that's why they were cut. But I don't necessarily believe that. I think they kind of looked a little hokey. That's why they were. But in this day and age, I mean, fuck it, I'm happy to see more scenes from that movie. I don't even care.
Well, so even the scenes in the bedroom with Linda Blair and the priests. So that, you know, when you see the breath, so like the director, it was actually like, what was it? Fucking, I don't even know the temperature.
It was like 20 degrees. It was 20 degrees. They had to build a set just for that room.
Yes. Like it was literally a refrigerator in that room. And Linda Blair has like lasting damages to her back and everything from the pulleys that were like slamming her against the bed and all that. Wow. And her back is all fucked up from that. Like,
could that have been from the soft porn though?
Yeah, I'd say Rick James could have done that too.
Rick James. yeah. When Rick James was like, cocaine's a hell of a drug, he was talking about banging Linda Blair and fucking up her back.
Yeah.
Blowing her back out, literally.
Fuck your back.
Yes. But so like that, and as well as during that, the director would fire off a gun with blanks to startle the cast, and it just, dude, I love that fucking movie.
It's one of the greatest films ever made, man. There's so many pivotal scenes in that are just. He gets out of the taxi cab and walks up to the front door, and there's just fog rolling in over top. And he's just standing there.
And they pan into her, and she knows he's there, and she just like her eyes light up, and they just get fucking big as saucers, and he just looks up at it. And this is that battle that he kind of faced in Iraq, like when he first encountered Pazuzu.
Yeah.
So,
and that's why he returned stateside too, is because he gets that they unearthed something, and he came across that statue, and he gets there, and the fucking dogs are fighting. They unearthed that little thing, and he was like, I got to go home because I know bad shit's coming. It's on its way.
And even the other priest, which I forget his name, but he was,
Damien.
Damien.
Debbie.
Just the fact that this guy, like, he lost, you know, he was struggling with his faith. Everything about this guy, like, he was like a normal dude, and he was like struggling with his faith, and then he comes in to meet this other priest who was very extremely strong in his faith, very confident in his beliefs, and how they have to team up together to face this demon. And just, I mean, I can't say enough about this movie, man. It's just,
I'm going to pee my pants, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm going to do the same.
Well, you're actually not going to do it. You're not going to pee your pants.
Yeah. Dude, it's a bitch getting old.
I know. How old are you?
42.
Yeah, we're all in the same boat.
Yeah, look at this thing.
What? Hold on one second. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. You got to talk so I can see it.
That's fucking
It's
Linda.
the
Let him
it's
talk
the
because I can't. How can you see it?
it's the Exorcist doll.
Oh, that's fucking creepy.
I got it for Renee for her birthday, and if I push it, let me see. Hold on a second.
I hope you don't hang that. I hope that thing doesn't hang out in your room.
No, we actually keep it downstairs in like
In a glass case.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yo, so to stay on what you call it, so I've seen The Exorcist, not to the extent that maybe you guys did, but where I definitely can relate to it is the only horror movies that I do really, really enjoy, and I don't know if The Exorcist is actually based on a true story or based on multiple accounts.
It is.
Yeah. So
Well, they say it is, but
this is
mostly that story is
Actually, wait. So from what I heard, it was actually a boy in Baltimore.
in Georgetown.
Was it Georgetown? I heard it was Baltimore.
Well, this is what I've heard about that movie is that it's based on multiple people. Like it might be kind of based on one person, but it's based on like stories about exorcisms, and they interjected a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I don't know this 100%, but what I will say for myself is there's one question I asked because my girlfriend loves horror movies, and she's literally that she only watches horror movies. Like that's it. And the first question I ask her is it a true story? I can watch anything horror that's a true story, and I'm intrigued by them. Like I love them, because to me it's kind of like watching UFO shit or something. It's like, all right, I know this is told in a story fashion, and I know they're going to take artistic liberties with it, and I know it could even be bullshit. But the fact that it may have actually happened to someone really sparks my intrigue.
Yeah, to go back on alien stuff, last night on the Travel Channel, they were playing this thing about this interracial couple back in like the late 60s or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
The
this
first
guy
people
Mormon,
to be abducted.
Yes.
Yeah, like one of them, and they found, like, this, long story short, like she outlined this star chart or whatever. 10, 15, I don't know how many years later, this fucking guy who's familiar with the story looks and he goes, we just now discovered these stars in the solar system, and she was outlining them, telling them, oh, that's a trade route that we have and stuff like that. But to go back to The Exorcist, it's based on a lot of different stuff. There's this old priest, he's dead now. His name's Malachi Martin. That he put out a couple books, but one of the books that I've had and read is called Hostage to the Devil, where he talks about exorcisms he's performed and other people have performed through the course of the years. And no doubt, if there hasn't been a documentary about him, I think there is, and I haven't seen it. There'll be a movie about him one day. Like, there's a lot of speculation whether he's full of shit or not. But
even saying that too, though, that's what's intriguing is I've seen things like, again, I can't go to anything specific, but I've seen things where you actually got to realize something too. Like, see how we're saying, no, that shit's a true story. Well, they do like fucking 7 of these a year. Like every local fucking parish does, I think. But every church, every area has fucking that's part of a priest's job. Like they do last rites, do whatever, and they do exorcisms, I believe. Or they have a unit like that does it, and they do them a lot. Like there are priests that do multiple, like maybe it's not fucking 10 a year, but even if it's 10 during their lifetime, that's fucking 10 stories like that are insane.
Yeah, well, they've started recognizing more, especially with this pope they have now, that they're more aware of mental illness, and they take that into account. That it's not so much exorcisms actually happening, but these people were fucked up. Well, so who knows?
I always, when you said like it could be bullshit, this is why I'm so intrigued by most of them stories is I ain't really paying too much attention to the substance, and I'm looking at the people telling the story. And sometimes you can tell that the person is so engaged that they like kind of want to believe that shit. So therefore, they're going to not embellish, but you're getting it from someone you know, if you're listening to somebody tell you about like they were abducted by aliens 15 times, and you can see that they're a fucking alien fanatic, and they you know, then you're like, okay. But the ones that really get me are like in other words, they're having this like real serious documentary, and then they cut to the guy who witnessed it, and he's like, yeah, man, I don't know what the fuck was going on, but that bitch was speaking like 8 different languages. She became a different person. And you look at that person and you're like, he's not lying. he might have fucking seen, he might be wrong, but he sure is fucking lying.
All right, so I'm gonna just drop my top 10 list.
Oh God, I'm gonna
real
bore you guys
real quick, and then we'll go over Bender's. So I had where are we at? So I had The Strangers at number 10. The Strangers. I don't know if did you ever see that, Bender?
Explain it a little bit. Tell me a little bit about it.
The Strangers came out in like 2009, I'm gonna say, roughly. Liv Tyler was in it. What the hell was that other? Scott Speedman.
I'll look it up.
And it basically, it was this couple that goes through like their house in like, you know, the woods, whatever. It's random. And
saw it.
This random couple, like these random 3 people decide to wreak havoc on their life, and boom, like they just fuck with them and wind up killing them. The reason why I thought that was really, really fucked up and made my top 10 list is because it was one of those movies like they say they're sitting there dying, and this is this couple that's in fucking love, like you can tell, and they're like, well, what made you do this? And they're like, because you were home. Like there was no explanation at all.
Yeah.
For them to be complete fucking psychopaths, but the only reason is you were home. It was just a shit luck of the draw. You know what I mean? Like,
well, to me, when you look at scary movies, this is the thing. You know, now in fairness, actually, James, your list was very interesting because it didn't really fit anything I would have thought it was. You know. Which is really intriguing. I'm going to go look at a lot of these movies, but what I would normally think of your basic horror movie, the thing that they really kind of look for is it's that fucking fear that we all have. Like you're home alone and you didn't do anything. Like you said, Tom, like, what did we do? You were just home. Like that's the scariest thing for like a white suburban person to be just a victim of random act of, and it happens. And so we're so fucking, I really do believe that is like our biggest, whenever something happens to somebody, the first thing you'll ask is like, where were they? What were they doing?
Right.
All that shit is because you want to make sure that like, you're safe, you know? So it's like you find out, I think that why'd they get shot? Well, they were from a rival drug gang, and 2 guys came up and shot them in their car. And then you go, you actually take a breath, like, oh, good, I'm safe. It's not, they right. Went somewhere. They asked for it. They brought it on themselves. But when you hear about like some old guy who was just fucking putting the coffee on and just the worst possible scenario happened to him. And that's the thing that I always think makes shit, like when you look at Halloween or Jason, it's like, imagine you're at the safest place, either it be your house or with all your friends on vacation, and fucking the worst possible scenario gets you for just randomly for nothing you've done, you know? And that's to me what horror is, you know?
Yeah. So I got Hellraiser at 9, which we already talked about. Blair Witch at 8. And I think Blair Witch it's first of all, when that movie first came out, there was never a movie with better marketing than that ever came out. Like you were like, is this real? Like what the fuck is going on? Like we had no idea what was going on at that time. Like
it took over.
It was like, is this a true story? Like, did this actually fucking happen? Like, what?
They
what the
made it
fuck is going
15
on?
minutes from me, from Baltimore. I mean, I didn't live here at the time, but they
Yeah.
made it right up here.
Yeah, and one of the chicks that was in it, we actually, Jamie and I know her sister. She was
Yeah.
she was a local Delco chick in Upper Darby.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. So
Heather-
I just
Heather Dunning.
yeah, like I think that was incredible. Whatever you think about the movie, maybe it wasn't that scary, whatever. It brought into the new genre of found footage. So like that says a lot. That's another reason why I put it.
That created its own niche right there, man. They started something huge when they did that.
But
and I love the fact that the story that Heather brings the movie home, and they already had they already had the ball rolling, I think, with everything.
Right.
Like people thought it was real. Some people didn't know what was going on. And she showed it to her family and stuff, and they were like, "This movie's fucking terrible, Heather. What are you talking about? This is gonna be garbage."
Right.
She's like, "Dude, it's gonna be a fucking hit." And she was like adamant about it. They're like, "No, I don't get it. I don't see what the point of this is."
Yeah.
And it was huge. It made like 1,000 times more than.
Well, I don't even know what it made, but I just remember actually me and Renee went to go see it with Kathleen and Gil, and we went to go see it at the Ritz in Philly, and it was one of those movies again. Like we were like, is this like what's going on? Did this really happen, or like you just had no idea because there wasn't really found footage movies at that time. So like you can debate all day about like, all right, it's not the best horror movie ever, but it set this new tone for Paranormal Activity and other movies in that vein where it was creepy. Like when she was like when what's her name? Heather Donahue?
Yeah.
When she was like crying and the cameras like right up in her face and she's like, I don't know if I'm gonna survive. Like it was fucked up. Like it was like you felt like you were almost there with that person.
Well, Tom, I'll say this. When you said about the marketing and everything with that movie, I went to the theater to see that movie. And I actually can't sit here and tell you any other horror movie that I ever wanted to go see. Right?
Yeah, like it was incredible.
But here's what I'll tell you from my angle though too. Like this is one movie where I can't debate or argue anything that you guys just said about it. And it actually, like, I actually usually wouldn't even put in, I wouldn't bother to argue somebody at all. But what I'll say from my own personal experience is, to me, like I said, when I said to you, the first thing I ask is it real? Because that intrigues me. For me, it was like everything other than the movie was exciting, and then I got let down.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
But do you remember the documentary? Like, I still think, and I still say that I think this was better. Do you remember that they had some type of like bonus thing that came out? It came out either for free or something like that. And it actually, when you bought the Blair Witch, I think it came in like a found, like it came in like if you got a collector's edition or something, it was like a special like found footage case or something. But there was a documentary, and that's what started to intrigue me, because people were like, no, it's a movie. They made it. But then there was this simultaneously, they put out like a mockumentary of like them setting up to go on this trip. And kind of like, I'll have to look that up too. But do you remember that or no? I seen something before I saw that movie that was like it wasn't a trailer. It was a lot longer than a trailer, but it led you to believe that there was a possibility that this was a real thing.
No, well, I don't really remember all the.
It's probably all just part of the marketing of it.
That's what I mean. But so what I'll say is, I will say that that thing, like, in other words, I don't know how I would have felt about the movie if it was less hyped, but I think that the real thing that I remember from that movie is, wow, they really did a great job at marketing that movie and making you confusing the public. Like, we went to see a movie that we weren't fucking sure whether it was real or not.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And so I'll ask you guys a question though, because you said that created a whole genre. And Tom, Blair Witch is the only one, like on James's top 10 list. I didn't see anything like this. So I'll ask you a question. You like Blair Witch, and do you also like that genre? Do you like that found footage? Do you like other found footage movies?
Not really. I mean, I can't really think off the top of my head if there was like any other that I was like, all right, like I like it, like I can deal with it. Well, no, let me rephrase that. Paranormal Activity was fantastic. Okay. I thought they did a really good job with that movie.
Yeah. I'm in the credits for that movie too.
Really?
Oh, right?
Yeah, so they did this thing on MySpace. This is fucking showing our age right here. But you had to advertise X amount of the movie, because I was following a lot of movies back then. If you did so much or whatever through MySpace or whatever the case was, you marketed the movie for them, you would get your name in the credits at the end. Mm-hmm. And so I am at the credits at the very end of the movie that goes by really fast, that you have to put it in slow motion and then still slow it down even further and look.
But I'm going to add this. Wasn't it made by the same people?
No.
No? Well, either
I don't think so.
Well, either way, I'll just add this. That just shows how the marketing is great, how they must have a great marketing. They must have the idea of marketing too, because to get you to do that is a pretty, to offer that opportunity sounds new. It might be something that's commonplace now in a sense, but that's a marketing fucking thing I never heard about. Like, yo, you fucking advertise on your social media. And remember, social media was relatively fucking new because it's MySpace, but that's genius. Like, how can we get people to share this shit without us paying them? You know what I mean? That's genius.
Yeah. Yeah. And then there's a copy with my name in the credits for, you know what I mean? It was pretty cool. Yeah. And I remember going to the movies to see it with two of my buddies, and they were like, that was kind of boring. I was like, it had its moments. It's all right.
Well, a lot of people, I will say this. I feel like I can't really remember. I'm sure I've seen Paranormal Activity. I just know that I definitely didn't like I think they had a 2 and maybe a 3. I don't know.
Yeah, but, even more than that, I think.
But
yeah,
I will say that I think when Paranormal Activity came out, which is, there might be 30,000 movies in between that, but I felt like that was the next hyped up thing. Like, this is kind of like Blair Witchy type of thing. Yeah. And it was like, they definitely made more, to me, there was a little more substance than the Blair Witch, if I remember correctly. Like it was like they kind of went from this really, really, really ground level shit to like, we're taking it into the level of it's cinematic too at the same time.
Yeah. No, I absolutely like, with Paranormal Activity, I thought that was a really cool movie. The first one, I thought it was cool the way it was done. I mean, obviously it was piggybacking off of Blair Witch found footage, but I thought it was a good movie in general. After the first one, I didn't need any more fucking 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever.
Yeah.
Didn't need any of them. But that's, and I could even make the argument that Paranormal Activity was maybe a better all-around movie story than Blair Witch. But I just say Blair Witch because that was the first of its kind. Yeah. So to me, like, and everything about it, like building up to it, like it was a really, really cool experience all over. After that, I'm going to go 7 with Conjuring. I thought The Conjuring, because in most of our, especially in Jamie's lists, I think The Conjuring modern times was probably one of the best horror movies of its time, like of our generation. That probably came out in, I don't know, 2010, 2011. somewhere along those lines. Most of our lists take place back 70s, 80s. This was the modern day, like, I don't really know what to compare it to. But The Conjuring to me in that era is just incredible. Like everything about it, I thought it was fantastic. I went to go see it 2-3 times in the theaters. It was creepy. It was just really well done. And it was based off of actual shit.
So what do you think I felt about that movie? I liked it.
Yeah, I mean, it was real. Alien at 6, Nightmare on Elm Street at 5, which again, I could go back and forth between the first one and the third one because I think they were both. But I'm always kind of like, I have the first one special place in my heart. Jaws at 4. I understand how maybe some people don't really maybe see this as a horror movie. I don't know. Maybe because it's like, it's kind of different. There's no supernatural element to it. Like, I get it. But I don't think there's ever been a movie where, like, maybe besides Exorcist, that, like, you saw something, like, Jaws had this reaction to people, and, like, you didn't want to go in the ocean. Like, it freaked people the fuck out.
I can always go back and forth with this because, well, for one, I just watched Jaws for the first time in many, many years, literally 5 days ago. Right. Yeah. So I just watched it because Renee and I went on, the wife and I went on this stint. We watched an old movie, watched Rosemary's Baby, watched The Exorcist. I go, you know what? Put fucking Jaws on because I just want to watch Jaws. Because a lot of people throw that in a list. And the thing that bothers me the most about Jaws, and I love Jaws, like, don't get me wrong, one of the best movies ever made. There's some poorly made things in Jaws, though. Like that, the fact that Roy Seeger or Snyder, what the fuck's his name? Schreider.
Right.
Will just be talking and the scene will fade out. Like he's in the middle of a conversation. Why are they fading the scene out there? That's just poor filmmaking, like, regardless, whatever the case. But at the end of the movie, it's horrifying. Like, it's fucking horrifying. Like, I totally understand where people were like, I'm not getting in the water. Like, yeah, fuck that. Right. Like, I totally understand. So it belongs on a horror list. If somebody feels like that's a horror movie, then absolutely it's a fucking horror movie. You know?
Well, James, you touched on this, and I'm surprised that this wasn't talked up more, and it definitely reigns true in Jaws. You said it about Poltergeist. You said the score and the establishing shot in the beginning, correct? That was Poltergeist? Yeah. Okay.
I don't know about the shot, but the score definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the number one, like, when I'm looking at these things and I'm trying to put together what's important, like, maybe not in The Conjuring or something like that, but in these, like, Jaws, Freddy, whatever, they got this, like, the music is fucking is driving this thing. You know?
The Exorcist. Look at the music in The Exorcist, man. Like that fucking, like, when that piano starts playing, you know what evil shit's gonna happen.
Everybody knows what the Halloween music is. Everybody knows what the Jaws music is. Everybody, I don't know if Freddy's got his own music. And not Freddy, whatchamacallit, but Freddy, this is why another thing I thought about where I'm like, you remember how I kept saying, like, Freddy was this like, I don't know why, like, for me, when I think horror movies, I just go Freddy, Jason, or Halloween, or Mike Myers, or whatever. And you know how we said, like, Freddy was like this new kind of thing? Well, the other thing I was thinking too is Freddy was so new that he added words to his shit. He had a song with his fucking name. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the thing about Jaws is something that I get more intrigued by. I'm more intrigued by, like, the movie about the movie most times. And, like, you know, I don't really care for Apocalypse Now, but I love the there's a documentary about Apocalypse Now. You know,
it's great.
So Jaws, first off, is based off kind of a true story, and I don't read books, but Mario Puzo, who I believe is a Daily News writer, he wrote a book called Too Close to Shore, and I read it. I believe it or not, I read the whole thing. Okay, no, but Jaws is a real thing, and the first guy to ever be documented as being attacked by a shark was off the coast of somewhere in Jersey, and he was a Philly guy. His name was Lester Stillwell. And what happened that people don't understand is that people didn't always go to the beach to swim. This was a new thing.
All right, keep going. I'm gonna piss.
Well, okay, but so Jaws was excuse me. Like, people still even say that we may, like, there's scientists that have said that we may actually be on a shark's menu. They just haven't the culmination of us being in the water in large amounts, because apparently bathing in the ocean was dirty. I don't know if you ever heard that. And also you got to think about something. Yes, there always was a beach, but people didn't always go to Wildwood. It was the advent of the train. It was the advent of the the destination vacation. Like, all of a sudden, everybody was getting on a train and going to the same place and going in the water at the same time. Whereas before, if you went in the water, it was like in a smaller sense. Anyway, I'm going to keep boring you with this because Tommy's gone, but because I think you might still be intrigued by it. But so this was
it makes sense that if people weren't doing that, we didn't know that sharks like to fucking eat us.
Well, but
now that we're all.
Well, sharks also didn't know, like, if you think about the way sharks migrate and shit, it's like the seals come to a location that they've been coming to for fucking centuries, when, you know what I mean? And sharks hunt. Well, we've only been going in the water in the same place in large groups for like 70 years. But with this being said, what happened that made it crazy was this one guy got bit by a shark, and they didn't know what it was. They didn't know it was a shark. So if you look at the way it all happens in the beginning, how they're kind of debunking, was it really a shark or whatever the hell it was? And then in the real life story, these kids were swimming in Montauk Creek or something, and they got bit, and the thing took down like 2 kids. Then some other guy who was an Olympic swimmer who worked close by, they went and said that the kid was drowning or something, and the dude jumped in the water, went down, grabbed the kid, and brought him up, and all he brought was half the dude's body up. This is all true and documented. And then the shark got the guy that brought up the torso. And then what they start to talk about in this book is that it was probably a bull shark, and that it went too far into fresh water, and their buoyancy in their brain gets all fucked up, and then they go rogue. Like, they become just like, it's not about eating anymore. It's like they're so confused that they feel like they're fighting for their life. Anytime they see anything, they become like very, very, fucking
aggressive.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. And so that's one part of that movie. But another thing about that movie, I'm sure you know this, is that the shark didn't work. You know that, right?
Yeah. There was tons of problems they have with it.
So basically, there in film school, this is where they taught me this part, because Steven Spielberg always used a woman as his, not a woman as in any woman, but he made this woman famous, and everybody started to use her. And there's a lot of famous directors that say that they use women now kind of based on Steven Spielberg's theory. And they use these women to edit their films, because there was this lady, she was called like Mama something. And they show you pictures of her, because this is back when they used to slice it together, just slice the film together. She looks like a maid. She's like 60, 70 years old. And what it was when you're making a film and you go in to get it edited, all you're thinking about is the shit you did that day. Like, if we wanted to edit this podcast, it's like we might see parts that we want to take out, but we're like, nah, but that was my favorite movie and I wanted to talk about it. You know what I mean? Or something. Whereas when you give this over to somebody else, they don't think about how much time you spent on that day, how much money you spent on that day. They just look at it like, this needs to go, this needs to stay in. And if it's a man, most times a man will argue with another man. And Steven Spielberg picked a woman because he 9 times out of 10 just listened to her. You know what I mean? Well, he kept trying to keep the footage of the shark in because he paid so much for the shark. And the woman was like, no, we're not. So basically, although the shark didn't really work, she kept like cutting it back 3 more seconds, 4 more seconds. And he wanted, well, you got to see the shark. And she was the one that fought with him. Like, no. So where I'm going with this is there is this thing that I think came out of Jaws by accident, where in horror or whatever, people started to learn, like, you know, less is more. Like, the less I see of this person, the more scared I am.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? And so,
this is the whole premise of Alien too.
Yeah.
Like, you barely see the creature, then when you do, it's like, like coming at you.
and there's a movie that I personally never saw, but I did see clips of it, that they say Jaws was another Spielberg movie, and it's the one with the truck. It's just
Duel. Is it called Duel?
So if you watch Jaws and Duel, apparently they have the same kind of thing. Like, it's like the shark chasing it, like popping up, chasing them. But the last little tidbit I'll say that I think both of you might not know, and this is completely factual and completely true. Steven Spielberg and George Lucas were friends at this time, and they were talking about this movie. And I don't know if you remember, but Jaws was so bad that Richard Dreyfuss didn't even want to be part of it after it was filmed. And he's been like, he was on like a Johnny Carson or something, and like just being like, oh, I don't even want to talk about this shitty movie I was in. So before it was released, and I believe Lucas was either making Star Wars or was just maybe they both had the films in the can or something. They both came out in like 77 or something like that. Am I right?
Yeah, they had a bet.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So George Lucas and him were talking, and Steven Spielberg was so scared about Jaws, and George Lucas was so scared about Star Wars. They both thought they were going to be failures. And Lucas said, hey, I'll tell you what, I'll give you, 10% of my movie and you give me 10% of your movie. Like, kind of like a friendly little, this way we're like supporting each other. And Steven Spielberg says to this day, he's made like way more money off that 10% than pretty much a lot of shit that he's done. Think about that.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean?
That's wild, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know that, Tom? I figured James would know that.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
No.
And I know that was a lot. I know that was a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of interesting shit with Jaws. And then taking it back to the music part, it's like it's
iconic.
to me, but no, not just Jaws though, but Halloween and Jason and whatever else. It's like
it really does come down to music.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So number 2, I have The Shining, which I'm actually kind of surprised that Jamie didn't have on his top 10.
If the wife was on here, it would have been on the top 10.
I was gonna say, I would think, because I think I mentioned to you, Bender, that they have a rug that is based off the pattern in the hotel room that they have in their living room.
Wait, you do? I didn't know you were saying he has one.
No, yeah, I have an area rug that's the Shining rug.
Oh, that's pretty
in my
cool.
living room, and I'm going to the Stanley Hotel in May to see a band play for a weekend.
Wait, is that like that hotel?
It's the hotel the story is based off of.
Oh, okay.
So this band plays there every year. They're called Murder by Death. And they play there every year. They usually do a New Year's Eve show. But because of the fucking COVID horseshit, they're waiting until May to do it. And at the end of every show, they do that picture where it's the whole group of everyone standing together.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And so we actually did that at our wedding, too. We tried to get that picture incorporated.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
But it didn't work out.
Well, did you ever see the documentary on that one called Room 2 whatever?
I did see that a long time ago. Yeah.
That's pretty interesting too. Tom, you should see that.
So I was just kind of telling the story about this whole thing on Murder by Numbers and the band playing on New Year's Eve. Now they play at the hotel where the movie was filmed, right?
No, they played at the Stanley Hotel. It's just the hotel the movie is based upon. So There might have been some outside shots. This is where I'm always confused about this place.
Yeah,
because
that's what I was like.
they do advertise it as like, you know, something to do with The Shining, but it really doesn't have a lot to do with The Shining. I think maybe the outside, had something to do with it. The inside looks completely different. It was they used two different hotels for The Shining as far as the inside goes and the outside.
That's what I was confused on. Like I was like, I didn't know if it was the outside or the inside that was kind of similar to what they do on New Year's Eve. But The Shining, I don't think anybody can make an argument of this movie being in the top 10. It's one of Jack Nicholson's best performances, in my opinion. It's such an incredible movie. It has the complete breakdown of any person as like, you know, like Jack Nicholson. First of all, going into the beginning of the movie, you already know he has some flaws with alcoholism. And then you add that into the dimension of now the hotel has some supernatural elements. And that movie to me, I'm actually very surprised that it was not in your top 10.
I just don't think this movie is that great. Is what it goes down. As much as I love it, I do love it. I fucking love the movie. There's just things. It's a boring movie, and there's but what makes that movie so good is the performances from Jack Nicholson and Shelley Duvall. That make it so good. There's too much stuff between Kubrick and Stephen King that don't mesh. And I think that shows in the movie. The movie is such a creepy horror movie that things don't have to mesh anyway. Like, so that's the thing. If it was like a movie about like Vietnam or something, like, or whatever, things should go together and stuff like that. But because it's a horror movie, they both had two different outlooks about it that they threw both of them together.
Yeah.
And because it's so all over the place, people are like, all right, well, it's just supposed to be creepy. And it makes sense. Like, I get it. I think it's great.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Yeah, like now my analysis of some movies are getting a little bit blurred right now because I'm getting a little bit drunk. But despite that, so the next is obviously The Exorcist. We've talked about it. That's the end all be all of that. So moving on. It's like now I want to hear Bender's shit.
Okay, first off, I'll say this, and I do stand by my top 10, but I do want you both to know that the way I did it was I didn't break things down. I thought even if the fucking movie blows, even if it's stupid, even if it's not even, you know, whatever, I looked at it like I didn't even want to break it down to even at times whether I actually liked it over another movie. It was just like, and I think it matters with some of these movies is I'm factoring in what it meant to me. You know, I'm not going to break down each movie. We don't even have to talk about most of them.
It's all right. Stop being a bitch.
That's how horror lists should be, though.
But you know,
right. Horror is more personal. We sat down and we talked about the top 10 greatest movies of all times. That would be different. Like, we could argue it if you're like, you know, fucking Dolomite should be number 10 because of, you know, Rudy Ray Moore and his giant dong. Well, I don't know if that necessarily is correct. We would argue about that.
But I also say this. Look, so there's only one movie in here that I think that actually like my number 9 can be replaced with these 3 movies that I didn't even put in that I'm still going to bring up at some point. But I don't want to even discuss some of these because some of these in the last part of it, I don't even remember fully. But I'll start with my number 10 movie.
Go for it.
Is The Gate.
Yes.
Fucking great movie.
Okay. I love The Gate. The Gate.
Awesome movie.
Me and Jamie just got a fucking hard on.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
so, the fucking Gate's great. I can't even argue about it.
We were like, holy shit, Steven Dorff. I love Steven Dorff.
And he throws the fucking rocket into the thing's chest at the end and kills it. Yeah.
I remember being a kid and really, like, and here's what I mean about some of these movies. I never went back and watched it. I definitely seen it a million times. And I was a kid, so I focused on the things I focused on. I remember really loving, and I think it happens multiple times in the movie, but I remember loving how like shit was like people would fall and turn into like 100 little things and shit like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? All right.
The one that bummed me out, though, I would bring it up real fast, is that the only thing about that was the fucking poor sheepdog died, and they opened up the covers, and the fucking dog was underneath of them smoking, and I was like, why they gotta kill the dog? Like, what the fuck?
I didn't even remember that until you said it, but that's kind of what, you know.
You know what else? You know what else was disappointing? Well, The Gate was phenomenal. The Gate 2, did everybody ever watch that?
I never tried it.
All right. The Gate, dude, you got to watch The Gate 2. It's like, I watched it just because it's like one of those things I'm watching on the couch. It was on Amazon, and I'm like, horror is my shit. So I'm going to lay on my couch, and I'm going to be like, The Gate 2? All right, I'm going to watch it.
I used to search for The Gate because I didn't know what the hell it was called. And I described to my brother, what's that movie I used to like where the people would fall and turn into a bunch of like little demons or some shit. And my brother's like, oh, that's The Gate. And I went back to watch The Gate, and I watched Gate 2, not The Gate. And I mean, I think I was like, man, I think I hated myself thinking that was. It was
disappointing. It was disappointing, but it was still like, I'm just gonna watch it because it's The Gate 2.
Yeah. So my next movie, really, honestly, I even thought about not putting it in. So it's not going to be anywhere near as exciting as the fucking Gate seemed to be. But Leprechaun in the Hood. All right. but the thing is this is the thing about it. I actually didn't want to look like I'm trying to be funny. Like, I mean, that's what I'm thinking of when I'm thinking of certain shit, you know?
Not even just a regular leprechaun. Like, it's got to be.
No, it's the ghetto one. It's the in the hood one.
Okay.
Even though, well, another thing too with me is, you guys might break down like Freddy this movie or Jason that movie or whatever, but for me, it's like the Leprechaun is a great. Like, I look at it like the character, not all the movies. You know,
right,
like to me, that's that. And then that one, I do like that specific movie. Anyway. I don't know if this belongs here, but I do love this movie, American Psycho. Is that a horror movie?
Absolutely. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
All right, so I like that movie. Now, part 2 was stupid with his daughter or some shit.
I didn't even know there was a 2.
Sister, I think.
It's the girl that's married
Mila Kunis.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was another one.
It's cool.
I never saw it. I won't.
It's kind of like Buffy. It's kind of would be like a. Like it's nowhere near like American Psycho, but it's kind of its own movie. You could watch it without like fucking hating it. And then just for the fact that it has to be on the list, because that's all I really know in a sense, is Jason. Okay, at 7. And then,
which one?
Well, that's what I mean. It would be Jason in general.
Just because.
well, because it's like when like when I go back and try and watch them. What happened was I did go back and like before we did this, I watched the first one of like I said, Poltergeist, Freddy, Jason, Halloween, whatever, and I realized that they suck. But I also realized that, like, to me, it's like that those characters were from my childhood. Like if I'm playing around with my friends and I'm hiding in the bushes or something, I'm fucking doing the. You know what I mean? Like that's my life, I guess. And then I don't even remember this movie, but Tales from the Crypt. Wasn't that a good one?
There's 2 of them.
Well, go ahead.
Tommy's
talking and I see an empty chair and I hear piss.
Yeah. Yeah, like I feel like where the fuck is Jamie pissing? And I'm like, I wish I had that access right now.
I have a giant tin bucket right here. Renee went to bed, so I'm pissing in this bucket.
Look, we're talking. This is great.
Dude, I need that same bucket.
Well, I got news for you. If you ever wanted to piss, my top 10 list would be the time.
Well, okay, all right. So
No, but I do think like this is what I'm saying.
Night.
Oh, from what? Tales from the Crypt.
Tales from the Crypt. There's Demon Knight, and then there's another one too.
See,
Billy Zane was in one of them.
Yeah.
Now, like I said, guys, this is why, and I like these after when we get into 5, I can wrap my head around them more, but I went into this place where I'm looking and like I can't rewatch every movie, you know what I mean? And it's like, no, that's what I'm thinking of. And when I'm thinking about it in my head, I definitely like that movie. Well, they also had like a TV series too, remember?
Yes, the HBO TV series was incredible.
Yeah. And so for me, what I started to realize just stood out. And to kind of, you said something that made me think of something funny, is you said your dad used to make you watch movies when you were like 6, and Tommy said, man, whatever. Well, you got to remember, for me, my story about watching a movie too young is my dad used to put Eddie Murphy Raw and Delirious on fucking repeat when I was like 5 years old. So I don't know. I think that for a genre that I really I don't really like hate the genre. It just never really was my thing. But for some reason, I definitely was drawn to the characters that were kind of humorous, you know? And so number 5 for me is Child's Play. Any one of them. Like, again, you guys might not like them.
Can't go any one of them. Can't go any one.
No, you're right. No, excuse me. I will say this. Probably just the original Child's Play and then maybe 2. I never got into like Bride of Chucky or whatever.
Yeah.
But what I will say though is, like in part 1, I mean, it's kind of an interesting fucking thing. I remember actually not too long ago going back and watching Child's Play because I think I was saying something like this to you, Tom. I mean, my girlfriend's constantly watching horror movies and I can't stand them. And then to show you how much I knew that must not be a good movie to people is I actually thought that I was like, I went, let me try Child's Play. Like, she'll like that. And I'm putting it on and she's like, turn this fucking bullshit off. But meanwhile, I'm getting excited because I'm like, well, I could kind of dig this one. And I'm realizing like, if you like horror, you don't really like this movie. But again, it's like with the Chuckies, and it reminds me the same with the Freddies. And I was saying this to Tommy. I don't even like the movie, but if you mashed up all the one-liners and just put the Chucky parts in a 2-minute clip, I would be, you know what I mean?
It makes for one decent character.
Yeah. And so then number 4 is.
Well, wait. I think Child's Play is a very good horror movie. The original one.
Because when we were at that age, My Buddy was a big deal.
Yes.
Remember? My buddy, my buddy, wherever he goes, I go.
And everybody had one.
I didn't have one. I was a little old, but yeah.
I didn't have one. I was old. I had one. I'm pretty sure. And
I just think Child's Play is a good. You know, that's a good horror movie. Now, I don't know. Here's the thing. I could see how that would be in certain people's top 10. Absolutely. I do think.
Well, if it's not your genre either. Like, in other words, if you don't like.
Well, no. I'm not even worried about, like, because that Child's Play touches on every genre. It touches on supernatural. It touches on the slasher element to it. So, like, I really do think that Child's Play has a role in certain people's top 10. No, that's all I'm saying. Like, not for me, but I really do enjoy Child's Play the original Child's Play. I really do like it.
Well, what I was gonna say when I went back and watched them. See, here's what's happened to me when like you got to look at like the time periods that these movies came out, and so like for instance when we were talking about Freddy, I realized that the only Freddy I really liked or at least actually watched the whole thing when I was a kid, like in other words, I don't think I was bypassing Freddy. I think that you're a certain age and the thing's already into its 4th or 5th movie. And unless you really, really like it, you just kind of remember it from that movie. So I think that I always watched Child's Play 2.
Yeah.
And I think Freddy 4 was kind of where I started with me liking Freddy, you know?
Right.
What I was going to go back to is when I went back and finally watched 1, I thought it was so amazing how the characters were the same. Like how the dude that was actually the fucking bad guy who ended up inside the fucking doll, that asshole personality carried right into the doll. You know what I mean?
Right.
Should I wait? Oh, he's back. So
all right. So where we at now?
no. So again, and without getting into it, Halloween is 4. But I actually fucking hate Halloween, and Halloween can easily, and this is just to explain where my brain was working when I made the list. Halloween could have easily not been on this list. I didn't like it that much. But I can't take out the fact that, I don't know, I think I was shitting my pants when I was a kid to Halloween. And so like Jason to me is actually probably a better movie than Halloween. But Jason became something different where Halloween always stayed this scary thing where Jason became, you know, the Jason versus Freddy type of shit. And I never really got into Jason. And then number 3, I stand by, and I'm actually curious to hear what you guys feel about this movie. But what about the Candyman?
Oh, man, Day of the Dead. Day of the Dead is a great Candyman movie.
I'm assuming I only thought there was one. And I rewatched it again as well, and I thought that was a pretty good movie.
Day of the Dead takes place in Louisiana during the whole, I guess it's Mardi Gras or something like that. That's actually better than the first one, because it goes into his backstory and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you kind of know his backstory and everything, but Day of the Dead goes into more all that, and I think he was great. Like, I think that it was another one. He suffered from poor writing and shittiness. They actually are remaking it. It's coming out soon. I want to say this year, but you don't know.
Well, Jordan Peele's remaking it, right?
He's producing it.
Okay.
But the guy that's playing the Candyman, I don't really care for. Just something about the guy, like Tony Todd's Candyman, dude. Like his voice, you know, everything. Yeah, alone.
Yeah. I gotta pee, so don't go in the next one.
But, just as a joke, then I'll say it while he's gone. But what I kept thinking when I was watching Candyman was I'm going like, why isn't Candyman, like I was really thinking like, is it because he's black that he's not on the, like, in other words, is it an amazing, like, in other words, it might not be on everybody's top 10, just like you didn't put Halloween on your top 10 or Jason, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, people could dismiss the movie, but how come Candyman isn't, like, I fucking was scared of Candyman. We did the Candyman thing in the mirror. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm thinking in my head, I wonder if it was like fucking like a thing of like, you know, that like, was it the joke to me was that Candyman's biggest thing of fear was it was a black guy that got inside a woman's head, basically, in the 80s. Which was everybody's biggest fear. And then on Candyman, another thing I thought, again, I'm just saying this to fucking make conversation till Tommy gets back. But another thing I thought was 5 times was 2 times too many to have to say his fucking name. I thought it was 3. And then when I went back and watched it, I'm like, you got to say that shit. It is 5 times? It's 5 times.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Like, you can get out of that. Like, Beetlejuice was 3, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
All right, so
you ready for number 2?
No, I just want to touch on
Candyman.
Candyman, I really liked the Candyman, and I really liked the broad that was in that tits. I thought she had really nice tits. She was pretty hot. She was that blonde chick.
I do. You know,
Day of the Dead.
What's that? No, the blonde chick that was in Candyman.
First one?
I thought she was pretty hot. She had a fucking nice rack.
Well,
and I was like, and she was like dating that dude who's kind of fucking really dorky, who like he was in other movies.
Virginia Madison.
Yeah, like he was in other movies, and I was like, how the fuck did this dude get this broad?
James knows all their names.
But I look at IMDb it real fast.
Yeah, but she was pretty hot.
Well, here's the thing. Now, just from the movies that I like, again, when we all said like the score was important. You know what else I started to think too? When you watch the first Jason, you watch the first Halloween, you watch I guess Freddy 2 would be a person as well, but and then you watch this, and it's everybody's first big movie. Well, I don't know. Kevin Bacon might have been around before, but so you got Kevin Bacon and Jason, you got Jamie Lee Curtis in Halloween, you got this blonde chick in Candyman, and you have Johnny Depp in Freddy.
Yeah, but I don't think she did anything after Candyman, so like she wasn't like really a big chick.
Virginia Madison's been around.
She's famous, bro.
Really?
And
what else?
She's been in a lot of things. I don't know what specifically, but she has. But this is what I started to think. These movies were like big. Well, the movies themselves were shit, right? We all agree on that.
No, I disagree.
Well, for substance, like you wouldn't say Jason was like a fucking amazing like acting or anything like that. You know what I mean?
No, but I wouldn't. I also wouldn't say that these movies were shit. And they didn't they changed like certain elements. Like Jason did change the way. I don't know. The horror movies were made. I guess I don't know. I don't know. Maybe like I don't because I don't even remember. Like I'm drawing a blank as far as like Jason and sleep, like somebody like sleepaway camp. Like I don't know. It was like the same fucking thing. But
well. Anyway, the basic point of what I was just saying though was that I've always had this theory with like these people where sometimes you can like if you put a really shitty actor who's never really been in anything in a bad movie, sometimes you actually don't realize that you actually like, in other words, if you replaced them, I don't know how they found, I don't know if Kevin Bacon was in a bunch of shit before Jason, but I'm pretty sure everybody else, it was like their first movie. Like Freddie says, introducing Johnny Depp, and
Patricia Arquette in Dream Warriors, for instance, her first movie. Bitch
so
goes on to do all kinds of stuff.
But so my question is in this situation, because I believe in other movies, that I can't really fucking rack my head on right now, but it's like, I think sometimes a shitty movie unwittingly happens to cast an actor who's never done anything. And then you got that kind of thing of like, was the movie good or did that actor actually fucking make a shitty movie better than it was supposed to be? Because I think sometimes that there have been stars that have come from shitty movies because if you're that good and it's your first time, you can still kind of steal the show and not get the backlash of fucking up a movie. Like, why would he do that movie? It's more like this dude came out of nowhere. And if you're like a casting director, you can still spot talent in anything, But I guess what I'm saying is I wonder how much Jamie Lee Curtis helped Halloween. I wonder how much Kevin Bacon helped Jason. I wonder how much, Patricia Arquette helped in that situation or whatever. Was it that the movie still would have been fine without them? Or, and not that they did anything great, because I don't think we remember the movies because of them, but maybe Halloween, Jamie Lee Curtis played her role well or something, All right. So number 2 is number 2 and number 1. We're in a weird spot for me, but my number 2 is Freddy. And you know what? For the sake of saying a 1, I would say I liked Freddy 4 over any of them. And I'm okay if you guys think that that's the worst one.
Which one was Freddy 4?
Freddy 4 was the one where the girl starts to fucking
Dream Child.
Yeah, no, Dream Child is 5,
was
right?
5, yeah. Dream Child was 5.
So Freddy 4 is the one where it's probably the funniest one of them to me, or the like whatever. But it's where the girl fucking no pain, no gain, and
no pain,
want to suck fit. You don't remember that? She's
I
lifting,
remember.
she's lifting weights, and he fucking stands above her, and he's like, "No pain, no gain." And then he pushes down.
Is that that's the Roach Motel? That's the Roach Motel one.
Yeah,
too.
you can
Yeah,
check in, but
yeah.
you can't check
You
out.
can't check
Yeah,
out. Yeah.
Yeah. But yo, to be real, I was sitting there really thinking about Freddie, and what I started thinking of why I like Freddie too is not Freddie 2, but Freddie is
Dream
again.
Master.
Well, these other movies like we talked about where Halloween or Jason were just like these fucking no personality characters that could have been played by anybody. They got masks on, for God's sakes. You know what I mean? And the characters themselves, they're like, the whole thing was, you're fucking here and you just happen to be the eye of this fucking predator. And so you're going to catch your demise for no chance of your own. But Freddy, in Freddy's world, there were like rules. And if you can fucking beat the rules, you can beat Freddy. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
you have to wake up or some shit. You have to make sure you wake up or whatever. And then the thing I thought was kind of cool with Freddy too is, like I said, Freddy attacked them personally with their personal fears. The girl, they show you that the girl's, oh my God, she hates cockroaches. So what's her fucking demise? She becomes a cockroach. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or the karate fucking dude, Freddy beats him up or whatever the fuck he does to him. But the one thing that I thought I just couldn't stop fucking laughing is, do you remember? I don't know if they do this in all the Freddys or whatever, but she takes on each person's power and that's how she defeats them in the end.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I would like, not like as if that a lot of that movie, I'm sure, is disliked by people, but when I'm watching that, I'm going like, oh God, that's a different fucking level of fucking.
No, well, I actually liked Nightmare on Elm Street 4, and I have a weird memory of that with my father. Went to the movies. It was 1988. I don't remember what we were supposed to go see, but we walked into the wrong movie theater. So we're sitting there watching that scene where she was like lifting the weights and she was like getting crushed, like by when she was like, she turned into a roach in the Roach Motel and Freddy crushes her. And like me and my dad are like sitting there and I was like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on? And my dad was like, I don't know what the fuck. We just like, I don't know. I have no idea what we're fucking watching. But that was like a random memory of that.
No, but you know what? You know what's funny? You just said that too. Is another thing I was thinking. This goes back to when I said how you can just clip up all the Child's Play parts and make one mash. The whole thing, like, I actually watched like a bunch more Freddy's and stopped fucking watching the rest of these movies. And this is what I mean, where I just went with how I felt. Like, why is Freddy number whatever? Because I'm kind of forcing myself to watch some of these horror movies, and I find myself enjoying Freddy, even though I don't think it's a good movie. I don't think whatever. And the number one thing I actually thought after Freddy was I sat there and I went, the fucking movie don't even make sense. There's no fucking story. And you know what I mean? Like what you just said, Tom, is like, so basically what I started to realize though was I literally just now, I'm not talking about when I was a kid. What happened was I would be like, oh God, here they go. They're acting again. They're you know, there's nothing to what they're doing. And then I actually, when you said that this is why people root for wrestlers or whatever, like I couldn't wait for Freddy to kill the karate dude. I couldn't wait for him to kill these people. And what was so great was the way that I started to feel like you start to think she's going into a dream. You're not sure if it's a dream where Freddy's going to show up. And then you're getting sucked more into the dream. You're starting to be like, okay, wait, this is going to be a full on dream. And then all of a sudden he's fucking clatting his fucking knives. And at least me, I'm like, oh yeah, Freddy's here. You know what I mean? Like we're going to get a one-liner in a minute. And I don't know, just like something about like, I actually think for me, not so much loving the genre itself, someone like Freddie kind of kind of fucking makes me kind of reflect on how I feel about the genre at times, if that makes sense. Like, here he comes with some campy one-liners and fucking just kills somebody, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Now, my last movie, my number one movie, I don't think you're going to like it. I don't know if it should be at number one for anyone else. But I'm also not sure if you're going to hate it.
That doesn't matter. Go for it.
Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Did you ever see it, or do you hate it?
I seen it probably 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Like,
I can't give a review.
I mean, I couldn't say anything about it. Like,
Well,
I remember watching it, you know, on VHS. We rented it from the Rite Aid up the street.
Yeah.
Rite Aid would have videotapes, and I was just like, "What the fuck is this,
dude?"
Like,
But let me tell you something right now. This is why this is what I mean about how, like, it can be what it is or whatever. But I remember being like, my brother used to watch this movie, and I would consider my brother somebody who he's all over. He's like kind of like you guys, where he has a love for sci-fi, he has a love for horror, he has a love for like Star Wars, shit like that, as well as Exorcist, you know, like shit like that. Or not Exorcist, like he probably loves Hellraiser and shit too, you know? And that this is one of these movies where I just refuse to watch it. What the fuck is he watching? And then somehow he sucked me into watching it, and fucking, you know, and even when what happened was it wasn't even on my radar. And like I said, like, I ain't throwing it on there. I ain't throwing it on there to be like, ha ha, I'll be funny. I'm throwing it on there because when I'm not putting it on there, I feel like I'm doing an injustice, because if I enjoy that movie, why should I not put it there? You know what I mean? And if there's any movie on here that I would go upstairs right now and watch again, it would be Killer Clowns from Outer Space. And as I was watching it, though, I actually was laughing even more at the fact that if you watch it, it's one of the few movies where the acting isn't that bad, but the movie just sucks in a sense. But yet, you know, it's not scary, it's not whatever, but it's trying to be, and it's fucking weird. But the other part I liked about it too is it's one of the only ones, like, you see how like Freddy, Candyman, Halloween, everything I named, everything a lot of us named, the scary part, it's a build up to the scary part or the slasher parts, and there's really only a handful of parts. But if you watch fucking Killer Clowns from Outer Space, it's like every 10 seconds there's another thing that they're doing where they're fucking killing somebody or something. So the bottom line is that I can't take it I can't take it away as my number one, Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
I'm kind of like flabbergasted. Like, I don't really know what to say.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Other than, like, obviously that's your number one. It is what it is. I actually don't even know that I ever watched it. Like, I don't.
Because you wouldn't want to, or because you did and it was horrible?
No. Like, I know the movie. I just don't.
Yeah.
I can't really recall. Like, I can't really remember watching it.
Can I ride your bike?
That came out at the time of cult classics. Now, like, that was in the same realm of Basket Case and Killer Tomatoes.
Yeah. Oh my god!
That, you know what I mean? Like, that shit all came out around that time.
But also, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
But also remember too is that, like, I accept, like, in other words, like I said, I just want you to understand too is that I didn't put that movie there to for any reason. Then, like in other words, if that's what I'm thinking, you know, like, in other words, like, out of these movies, like, Freddy's definitely my favorite hands down character out of anything that we've talked about. But none of these, I might watch Candyman. I don't think I'd watch any other Freddy again. Child's Play I can get down with a little bit, or Tales from the Crypt or something. I'll never watch that again. Jason, I was like, it's like some of these movies I'm like pulling teeth to try and grasp on to some nostalgic thing that made that movie good for me. And with Killer Clowns from Outer Space, I could keep it on and be entertained. And that's kind of what I went with, you know?
90% of horror movies are just terrible. And so if you can get entertained by them and that's what you can go back to, then that's what it's all about. I haven't watched that movie in 20 years, and you're making me want to go back and watch it.
And I don't think you're going to be impressed by it or anything.
No, I have a feeling I'm like, what the fuck was he talking about? We'll see.
But yo, what's funny though, and I'm serious, when I fucking every one of them other movies, the acting was horrendous. And this kind of had like a Naked Gun feel to it to me, where it was like they were so serious about what they were doing that it was just the whole thing was hilarious. And you know what else I kept thinking too is like, now my girlfriend again, who she would not watch this movie, and I thought because she thought this is stupid, but she loves horror, but she can't fucking the clowns creep her the fuck out. Yeah. And so I'm thinking in my head, like, they did do some good shit with this movie because honestly, if you think about it,
you got to shoot him in the nose. That's all I remember from it. Shoot him in the nose.
But well, honestly, before I watched it again, I remembered nothing. I like, it was not on my list at all. And then I started watching it, and I just kept trying to watch it, and my girlfriend wouldn't even let me. She'd be like, turn that the fuck off. And we're fighting. And I'm like, look, I got to watch this fucking movie, whether you like it or not. But it's so bad. Like, it's so bad that at one point, the two guys that's how they kind of win something is the two guys that drive the ice cream truck fuck the two clowns. If you don't remember that. But anyway.
I don't remember that at all, yeah.
Yeah. It's, and I don't know. There's just so much, there's so many dumb things. But again, too, and it's fucking music driven. They got a good little fucking they got like a scary kind of like a Halloween music, but it's clown horns. You got to check it out.
All right. With that being said, it is probably the one movie that is only on your top 10 list at the number one horror movie. Is there anything that we left off this? Well, because I know there were some people that didn't agree with my top 10 when I put it on Facebook. So I didn't put Halloween. I didn't put Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And I know that there are two movies that are like synonymous with horror, but I think they're both horrible.
Yeah, fuck them.
Like, and I know they're both. And like my one buddy said, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. He goes, dude, the way it was shot, the video,
trashy indie film from the 70s. What it wasn't well made at all. It was just scary. It had that raw edge to it. That's all that movie fucking is. It's not as good as what people make it out to be.
When he slams that door behind him, like to the basement, it's terrifying. I get it. I thought one of the reasons why I couldn't put it in my top 10 is the guy in the wheelchair is one of the most annoying fucking people in any cinema that I've ever come across. Like, I remember watching that movie and I was like, I can't wait till this fucking dude dies.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it was completely obnoxious.
But like, I just couldn't put I like Halloween. Like I don't think Michael Myers, he's got nothing. He's got nothing to offer to me. Like,
dude, he's soulless. He doesn't even like I feel like I haven't seen the original Halloween in so long that I can't even talk about it. I didn't hate the Rob Zombie remake when I watched it.
I thought it was
okay. Like, it was fine.
I think Rob Zombie did a better job with the Halloweens than the original. Like, that's just my personal opinion.
Well, did you like Halloween when we were kids? Are you saying this reflecting, or
no,
never got with it?
I never fucked with it. Never. Yeah. And I will say this about Rob Zombie. I think Rob Zombie is probably one of the better horror directors of our generation, because he was able, like, I'm not a big fan of Halloween. I thought he did a good job with it. And the other movies that he directed, with as far as House of a Thousand Corpses, Devil's Rejects, I thought he did, like,
That was it, though. That was it. Like, the overwhelming majority of his movies are trash. So, yes, House of a Thousand Corpses, Devil's Rejects, that fucking terrible. So you and I and Renee went and seen that one about the witches in Salem.
That was hard.
That was fucking garbage. I couldn't get through 51. I couldn't get through.
I liked 51. I thought 51 was decent.
Yeah, I couldn't get through it. The Devil Makes Three, or that's a band? What the fuck was the last Devil's Rejects movie? Sid Haig dies.
Three from Hell.
Three from Hell. I couldn't even get through that.
Yeah,
either.
that wasn't good.
So I mean, he, as honorable mentions, I have House of a Thousand Corpses, Interview with the Vampire.
Yes.
The Descent
was good. Yep.
Annihilation.
Never heard of it.
Natalie Portman. Night of the Living Dead remake. Not even the original. I prefer the remake over that.
No, that was with Ving Rhames, right?
No, I don't think he is in that. Ving Rhames is in something though, but not that one.
Who is the Night of the Living Dead? The remake. Who was in that?
Let me look it up.
I'm fucked up.
In the another little tidbit too from the first Night of the Living Dead. I remember when in school they were teaching us that, like, that not only was that groundbreaking for horror reasons, but it had a black lead character, and that was like unheard of.
Oh, so here we go. Tony Todd, going back to Tony Todd, was the lead in the remake of that. Candyman.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So wait. So I have a question for you two now, because of the way you're talking about like Rob Zombie and old movies, etc. I was thinking something when you were talking about The Exorcist, James. You said, I don't care what fucking kids say about it if they can't get their hands around it. It's hands down the best movie ever made, whatever. Now, what I'll ask you is, let's just say, like, forget that thing we all feel. Like, there's a lot of music that I don't like now that I say, man, it was so much better then stuff. But you being someone who clearly really likes this, or at least understands and likes this genre, if you were born in the year fucking 2000 and anything before that didn't exist, would you be a horror fan?
Taking a leak. You guys continue this.
Tom's trying. You know what I'm saying? Like, would you?
Yeah, no, I got you. That's a good question, dude. I don't know. There's been some great movies that came out in the last 20 years. Like, for instance, the last two movies that I didn't say for my honorable mentions are Hereditary. Have you seen that?
I'm so bad, dude.
Dude, you got to check Hereditary out.
Yeah, but you mentioned Annihilation. Cool. Is Annihilation? Is that the one where they're like, it's really strange, but it's good too? Is that I think, if I'm saying it right.
Natalie Portman?
Yeah, and it's something to do with aliens. Yeah.
Yes.
And they're going through this like old warehouse. I don't know if they're on a different fucking planet or something.
There's a scene where they're on Earth the whole time, but there's a scene where because of what they enter, it's this weird kind of like orb that grows on the planet that they enter. And there's a scene in this movie that I find so fucking horrifying. And when you see it, so watch this movie.
I did see it. I saw it.
You did?
Yeah. I liked it.
The bear scene. It's the fucking bear scene. When the bear walks into the room without a face and he screams in the chick's face in a lady's scream.
I feel
You know-
I feel like I
Ooh.
should have fucking remembered it, but that's how disconnected I could be watching them movies. But I
Dude.
remember being fucking pretty intrigued by that movie.
It was fucking terrifying. I was like, what the fuck? I was by myself in the movie theater, and I was like, am I the only one watching this shit? The other movie, Hereditary, check out. But finally, the other one, I think, as in the last 20 years that has been really good, is Cabin in the Woods.
Yes.
Cabin in the Woods is fucking fantastic.
Cabin in the Woods is one of those movies though, like it's campy. It has all of those elements. It has the slasher, it has the campiness, it has the deep dark fucking like demon elements to it.
Yeah, it has everything in it. It's great. It really is a good movie.
And it was one of those movies where like it was like, dude, like I watched it and I didn't really like, I was like, oh, all right, this is gonna be one of those fucking typical like cabin in the woods type shit.
Yeah, and it wasn't.
And it wasn't. And it was like cheesy. It was fucking cheesy as shit. It had a bunch of different fucking elements like that. But it was fucking fun and it was like cool, like and there was like
the best thing about that movie though is they weren't afraid to stick the landing. Like, so they gave you the rules. Here's everything that's going on. Mm-hmm. They put it all on paper. They laid it out. All the rules were fucking broken, and they weren't afraid to fucking stick the ending where like, all right, fuck you, it's the end of the world. Like, there you go, asshole. So it was good.
Did you see that, Danny?
I seen Cabin in the Woods, yeah, but again, fucking, I just get that, like, dude, I'm not downplaying it or nothing. It's just I don't get that intrigued by. I don't know what it is. I think because my brain's like it's not. I don't know what it is. As I've gotten older, especially, I'm very documentary, fucking real life shit, and there's a lot that does intrigue me, but there's a lot that doesn't, you know?
Dude, you're not crazy. Jamie cried at My Octopus Teacher too.
Yo, that was a good movie.
Absolutely did. And I also think that guy's a fucking piece of shit for not helping an octopus. Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Like, fuck that. Like, oh, he's all of a sudden taking care of this octopus for weeks, right? Fucking sharks attack it, and he's gonna videotape it like a fucking cunt. And that's what he fucking did, and that's bullshit.
Dude,
you already interfere with that octopus's life, dude. Fucking, that's your friend. You already negated. It's negated that your fucking wildlife fucking observation is bullshit now. Save your friend, you cunt. I mean, no, you don't want to videotape.
This is what I love now. This is what I love about this movie. This is what I absolutely love about this movie now. Every person I've talked to had such a different take on it, and it also changes my mind. And now I'm thinking in my head, that octopus might have been like, yo, motherfucker, why ain't you fucking helping me out? I thought we were fucking friends.
Absolutely. The octopus is like, all right, this guy's cool and stuff, but he's kind of a fucking pussy, dude. Yeah. Like, he can obviously fight these fucking sharks, and he's not doing nothing.
Well, maybe that's why, maybe now you're giving me a whole new idea of the ending. So then he starts to go back there and shit, and then he goes back, and she's like, dude, get away. I got this big fucking octopus now. I'm fucking this guy over here. Get away from me.
Yeah.
You didn't help me, motherfucker.
Exactly. She might have not been even fucking considering that other big giant octopus if that dude fucking stepped in a little bit. And I never had octopus pussy, so I don't know if it's any good.
It's called Octopussy.
Octopus.
James Bond delved into that a long time ago.
It's all right if you can. It's all right if you can swoosh away the ink.
Well, you know.
But the funny thing was when you mentioned that, I was like, holy shit, because he started talking about this to me about this documentary, and I was like, dude, Danny was like really fucking into that. Like, what the fuck?
Well, you said, I'll tell you what too. Like, just because you said something that about the movie, the French movie, what's it called? The one with the subtitles that you said is the
Martyrs.
Yeah, you said something that's near and dear to my heart, but I didn't think I could fit it in then. But I hate when people, but there's certain movies that the trailer can't blow it or it fucks the movie up, or you can't tell somebody certain things because the whole element of the movie is that they can't they can't know certain shit before they get there. It's one thing to have spoilers or whatever else, but some movies are completely destroyed by a spoiler. Like, if it's based around the spoiler. And my Octopus Teacher, I thought the trailer for it did a good job of misleading you as to what was going to happen to that creature. If you watch the trailer to that movie.
I did. I don't remember it, but I wasn't sure what was going on, and that guy just wanted to cry all the time. So I was like, I wasn't sure, but
yeah,
I'm not as upset as the creature dying from making its natural life. Like, you know what I mean? That doesn't bother me. Like, my dog Skip bothers me more. I'll cry like a little fucking bitch when I watch my dog Skip. But like, this didn't bother me as much.
But so what I'm saying is in the trailer, it led me to believe that the shark was going to eat that fucking octopus. And then all of a sudden, when you're watching the movie, the shark gets a hold of the fucking octopus, but then it actually doesn't hurt it, and the fucking thing lives on. But by watching the trailer, I thought that shark was going to fucking eat it right then and there, and then we were going to be left with this dude's new life, you know?
Yeah, and him crying like a fucking bitch the whole time.
Looking for more octopusy, going around the kelp forest like, hey.
Yeah, he definitely sucked, though. Like, if I was that guy's buddy and I just showed up on the weekend, he was telling me, he was like, oh, remember that octopus I was telling you about? I was scared. He's like, I watched you get attacked by a fucking shark. And I'd be like, what are you, a fucking cunt? Like, help your fucking friend out, dude, you fucking asshole. And he would sit there and he'd rejudge his whole fucking life because I would fucking berate him to the point of tears. I'm like, you're a piece of shit, dude. I would get up and leave and everything. Like, he's a fucking cunt, dude. Fuck that guy.
But I kept saying to my girlfriend, too, I kept saying, like, how would you fucking feel if you were that dude's wife? She's like, where are you going? He's like, I'm going to go down and see the octopus again. Like, fucking, babe, this is fucking day 271. I think
they were divorced. I think that's what they were leaving out of the documentary.
Yeah, okay, so they left something out of that fucking documentary. They left something out because I don't know what the fuck stopped him from making movie. He said that this octopus helped him kind of get back to filmmaking again, whatever, but he never really discussed what fucked up shit was going on in his life. So again, now you're leaving me to rethink the fucking movie. Like, this dude was like contemplating fucking suicide, getting divorced by his wife. He's fucking swimming in this fucking kelp forest.
He should have killed himself. The octopus would have been better off.
I mean,
fuck that guy. Nah, fuck that guy, dude. He's a cunt. Like, I don't even care. Like, I love that movie. I think it's great. But when he's not helping his fucking friend out, dude, you're not help. Tom, we're in the ocean fucking swimming, and you're getting bit by a shark, and I'm videotaping. I'm like, nature's got to take its course, Tom. Sorry.
Well,
fucking get that armpit off there, dude.
Well,
like, no, we're not doing that.
That's a little different dynamic. I mean, if I'm in the ocean and I'm getting my arm bit off by fucking Jaws, and you're fucking snorkeling like 5 feet away, and you're like, all right,
hey,
like that just kind of happens.
Hey,
like,
let's talk about that shit too.
Like, that's a little bit different.
I keep hearing these fucking stories of dudes fucking jumping in and pulling their fucking girlfriends out of sharks' mouths and shit. I don't know if you've seen anything like that, but something just happened recently, and I got news for you. I don't think I'm fucking diving in after you guys. I'm sorry. If we're both in the fucking water and the shark fucking gets a hold of somebody, I'm fucking going. I'm not going back towards that thing.
Yeah, I can't.
I think I'm out of there. I don't think I can deal.
Yeah.
I don't want to be eaten. I don't want to be eaten at all.
Yeah.
I as much as I love both of you guys, I don't really know how I could say that I would fucking jump in.
But now to James's point, if a shark bit your arm off and you were like fucking swimming around me, I'll give you some fish and fucking nurture you back to life and get you back to the fucking hospital.
Yeah. I mean, dude, like, that guy's a fucking cunt, dude. Like, he could have kicked those sharks away. Like, you know what I mean? He didn't have to do anything. Like, he could have saved that shark. And even to the point where after she gave birth, and she was just feeding back into the ecosystem. I get that. You can feed back into the ecosystem to feed a fucking tree and roots and plants. You don't have to be eaten to death by fucking other fish that can eat other fucking things. Pick your friend up out of the fucking water, you fucking cunt.
Well,
and, you know, like, you're not nursing her to help, but, like, just give her love. Like, that's all she needs is death.
but no, you're bringing up another great point because he didn't do, like, by not helping, all that happened was her arm got ripped off and then she got fucked up for a little bit and then got better. So if he would have just helped her, the ultimate end game would have been the same and they would have had a better relationship and she would have never got hurt.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
So you might be making a good point.
I mean, yeah, like, you just don't let your friends get their arms chopped off. They don't have to.
And no, but you also made a good point too of, like, being an observer is one thing, but then they made a friendship. So even in the wild, friendships still kind of take place sometimes, in the sense of, like, you're not an observer anymore. You're going down, engaging with this fucking octopus. For all we know, you might be part of the reason why this fucking shark
Exactly.
got his attention. So you're making some good points here.
Yeah, when you're interacting with something that fucking swims up to your chest and loves on you, like a fucking puppy dog, like that octopus was, it's more than observing. Like, you're part of that creature's natural habitat now. You're a part of its life. So you already fucked up, whether you want to admit it or not. Like, if that's what you're... So, like, when it's being viciously attacked by sharks and you don't help it, you're a fucking piece of shit. You're no longer the observer. You're a fucking South African fucking pussy cunt that won't help your fucking friend. I get so mad about this every fucking time. Like, that dude is a fucking pussy. When I ever see him somewhere, I'm going to let him know he's a fucking pussy. Like, observing. I'm observing. You didn't fucking observe when it was leeching onto your fucking chest.
If that guy
when
ever
your fucking... Your wife left you for some fucking Mandingo in Africa. Like, you fucking worried about it now, and all of a sudden, get out of here, man.
When that guy starts signing copies of his fucking DVD at Barnes and Noble, I'm fucking picking you up, and we're going down there.
Deal.
All right. Can we move on to the next topic of, like, the movies that didn't make the top 10, right?
Oh.
So, Texas Chainsaw Massacre didn't make anybody's top 10. I don't know. Like, it's not in my realm. Like, I don't agree with it. Evil Dead is...
I had that on a side. That's the one I probably should have put in over fucking a lot of movies.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, you got a couple movies that I would have probably slid there in. And I'm like, I want to slide this right in there.
I had to be true to myself, Tom.
Yeah, well, yes. No, I agree.
Now, I have a question, though. What's Army of Darkness? That doesn't fall. Isn't that part 2 of Evil Dead?
Yeah, it was number 2. That was part 2.
But that's nothing. That's a little fucking campy compared to Evil Dead itself, right?
It's part 3 of Evil Dead.
Oh, yeah. That's right. It's part 3. So part 2 was basically the same one. It was the same thing as part 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then it like I don't even know how you classify that as part 2. Like, it's just kind of ridiculous.
Did you see the series?
Yeah, the series was good.
I liked it. I liked the series.
I watched the first season.
Series is good. But again, like, so there's a few movies that, like, did make the top 10 for all of us. But for me, it's like it is what it is. I mean, I'm getting fucked up.
No, I'm laughing because I'm sorry. I'm not trying to go back there, but his movie's called My Octopus Teacher. If she made a movie about him, what would it be called? My Asshole Friend Who Fucking Didn't Help Me Out When I Got Eaten by a Shark?
Yeah, I mean, what would be a good name for that? The
My human
letdown.
douchebag.
My human letdown.
Yeah. Well, I already talked
mean-
about that.
Sorry, but that thought popped in my head.
Huh.
But so
piece of shit.
All right.
but so wait.
All right. I mean, we're not talking about octopus. Right now.
But
Like, what are we gonna do? This isn't
well,
horror.
James, did you have any? You told me Annihilation. You told me whatever. Dude, although you didn't really pick too many campy ones, if you had to pick one, and I know you kind of said Freddy, kind of, I guess. Is Freddy it, or do you have any campy ones that if you were making a list of campy ones that you really like?
The Gate.
The
The Gate.
Gate's great. I wouldn't consider that as campy as much as I would House of a Thousand Corpses is probably a little more campier than that. I would consider that. My honorable mentions were House of a Thousand Corpses, Interview with the Vampire, The Descent, Annihilation, Night of the Living Dead remake with Tony Todd, Hereditary, and Cabin in the Woods. And Cabin in the Woods is a little
Campy.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's great. First of all, Interview with the Vampire was fantastic.
Yeah.
Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise, Antonio Banderas, phenomenal. That is a great vampire movie.
It was like this close to being on my list because I think that is the quintessential vampire movie of all time. To be honest with you.
Yeah. No, I kind of agree with you. Like it was really, really well done, and not only necessarily well done, but the actors in it, like Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise was the star in my eyes in that movie. I thought he was better than Brad Pitt. Absolutely love that movie. I don't know. I'm trying to think of who I would have or any movies that weren't really on that list. I don't know. I can't really think.
I find a new one every couple of minutes. It feels like that there's something else I missed, like The Descent. So like I never realized I was like did not want to ever fucking be in a cave in my entire life, and then you throw in the fact that there's these creatures that are just tearing you apart underneath. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think I ever need to go cave dwelling. Like I don't need to do that.
I think The Descent is phenomenal. The Descent 2 is not really that good.
Never watched.
Yeah, I just watched it recently. But the Descent is really good. I will mention a few movies. The Void.
Yeah, I've seen that.
The Void is more recent. It is one of those movies where like it's on Netflix. I think it's probably not really well known. It's probably in the vein of how I describe that. It's in the vein of Phantasm and Hellraiser.
Yes, I would put that there. Which is a huge movie that I left out of even honorable mentions or any of us did. Phantasm 2 is one of my favorite movies, horror movies of all time. That should be in at least my top 15.
Phantasm's super cool movie. And I think The Void is one of those movies that are recent movies because I think in all of our lists, there's most of the movies that we talked about are older movies. So there's not a lot of really current movies, although you touched on the Hereditary.
Well, Tom, what was the name of the movie I brought up before on the phone? The one with the superpowers.
Brightburn.
Okay. I really liked that movie because I thought I have never seen this idea of the superpower in a kid and like, you know, and him actually being being a fucking killer. Unless that exists. You know, I've seen like, you know, there's good and evil in Marvel villains, but like this was like the idea of a kid having superpowers, but in a world of The Conjure. You know what I mean? Like in a world of like fucking, you know, he doesn't have it wasn't trying to be a comic book. It was trying to be a horror movie.
Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, I feel like Brightburn was more in the veins of comic books, like a superhero movie. Although, like, technically, I guess maybe Jamie can really maybe kind of elaborate more on that than I can.
There's a good series out called it's over now, it's done, so like you can get the trade paperbacks or whatever, read all the series online, called Irredeemable, where it's what if Superman just said, fuck these people, and just started wiping everybody the fuck out. And I think that's where they're kind of getting that from. Irredeemable was great. It gets a little bit out there though. I don't want to say how it ends or anything like that, but it's a different outlook. It's not bad, and it's been done before though. Evil Superman. I mean, look at The Boys right now.
Well, yeah. I don't know like when came where. Just for me, it was like, wow, I never seen that before. But I'm sure it's been done and shit, you know.
Yeah, but I wish Brightburn was better. Like I wanted more from that. Like I wanted to go back to that. I wanted to see, and it takes place in the same universe as James Gunn's Super. That stars Dwight from The Office and what's her name?
I seen that. Yeah.
Ellen Page.
I didn't know that it was actually. I didn't even know it was stemming from a place. That's why I thought it was more interesting.
Yeah, it's all part of that same universe that he was trying to get going and everything, but I don't think it's going to catch traction. We'll see.
So I was just trying to think of any other movies that I was like, wait, what can I really like think of any movies that aren't? So The Void was good.
Alex Haley's The Roots was pretty scary.
No, I'm struggling now because I'm like, wait, what were other movies that I thought were like good that like in
there's a lot of movies like The Void right now though, like The Color of Space with Nicolas Cage reminds me of The Void. That's pretty. It has like Cthulhu thing. It's H.R. Lovecraft wrote it, sort of like The Void. There's another movie like that. It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't remember what it is. But those two movies coincide together pretty closely. The Void's not bad though.
Well, I'll say this on a different side of like trying to remember movies. One thing that I want to say of horror movies that like another thought that I kept coming up in my mind is, you know what I thought was fucking interesting is it seems that 90% of horror movies, if not 100%, another element of that fear that's real and possible that can be this small thing that is scary is there's always the nobody believes me or the person that won't remove, like, you know, the cop that just, you keep saying that. And it's like the person is like in this world of like, nobody fucking believes me. Nobody, you know what I mean? And if they just believed me, that's when I came up with that action hero theory thing too. It's like, this could have become a whole different movie very fast, but they won't believe me, you know?
No, I don't know. I had another recommendation for a modern movie, and now I'm fucking completely drawing a blank on it. I definitely think there's a few movies that like were mentioned, like It Follows, The Babadook, and I think both of them are absolutely shit. Like they're just not even on my radar, but they are in a lot of people's.
You said It Follows too.
It Follows,
like
and
you said It Follows it, but the movie It Follows is actually pretty good. Like that's a pretty cool premise for a horror movie.
I don't like it.
No, you don't like it?
No.
I thought it was pretty good. It was different.
That and Babadook, like
Babadook's garbage.
and
Total
people,
garbage.
Look at Babadook.
and seriously though, people put this in like Babadook in like top 10 lists of recent movies, and I'm like, dude, it's fucking horrible.
Liberal women do that. That's who it is. Liberal women have that whole thing about the fucking Babadook. We're like, oh, she doesn't like her child. That's what the problem is. You gotta love your fucking child. And you know what? Fuck your kid.
Well, dude, but another thing too, when I was saying that thing about that nobody believes me shit, another fucking theory I had is all them movies where like the kid is a demon, right? The kid is a fucking demon and like, you know, he's drawing weird shit at school and the mom's getting a sit down and they're like, you know, starting to try and understand that their kid might be a demon. And I'm thinking in my head, like, that's that woman's unwillingness to admit to herself that she's fucking up in the way she's raising her child. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it can't be me, so he's a fucking demon, you know?
Yeah, he's no good. It's called Adderall, bitch. Get him a fucking prescription.
Yeah. Ritalin could end half of them movies.
Well, again, I'm drawing a blank on this, and I'm getting fucked up. And we are closing in on fucking. What do we got? We got to be.
Yeah, this is a long one, but it was a good one. I liked it.
Yeah, but we
It's
got
gotta
to
be
be
about 4 hours.
No, it feels like 4 hours, but it's not.
No, it actually is. What we started at definitely fucking 9 o'clock.
9,
10, 11, 12.
So we're at 3.5 hours.
Holy shit! Are we really at?
No, but if we started right away ish, I mean, we're at 4 hours.
Well, yeah, but there's definitely multiple piss breaks that you're gonna fucking cut. You're gonna cut shit out.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what though, too. I'm actually pretty content that other than piss breaks, there's no real reason to make but a few fucking edits here and there. It was pretty good flow, I think.
Yeah,
kind of like your piss.
Yeah,
dude, I really enjoyed your take on fucking the Octopus movie. I'm not like saying that to spark it up again. I'm just saying, like, as much as we're both joking and shit, I mean, there's a lot of good points to be made. It's so funny to me. It's so funny to me to see how everybody has, like, Tommy's take on it was, what if the fucking thing, you know, became a super predator? Mine was, what if it went around helping everybody, you know, helping all the other creatures? Your thing is, like, we were intrigued that he didn't engage with it, and now you changed my mind on actually there's a really good argument for fucking engaging with it. So
yeah, he fucked up. He chose to become part of that ecosystem himself. Like, he was going in. He talks about how he needs to become one with nature, and he doesn't wear a wetsuit, and he's diving in there, and he doesn't want to. And the whole point of him doing that in the first place was that he didn't want to have to go back to what he's been doing for the last 18 years, which was filming wildlife. Well, what does that fucking cunt do the first time somebody needs him? I'm a wildlife filmographer.
No, he didn't. Yeah, I think you got it right the second time. He didn't want to go back to what he was doing the last 18 years of his life, which was watching his wife fuck mandingos.
Mandingos. That's exactly what it was. On the tip of Africa. Yeah, she's on the tip of Africa all night. All fucking night long.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, I mean, I guess we had to wrap this up. But dude, it was a really enjoyable shit. I think your fucking top 10 list was really interesting because like I said, hey, mine's is what it is, and Tommy's is what more I expected to, like something like Tommy's. But you actually were, you know, you gave me shit I want to go and watch. I don't know how I never seen Jacob's Ladder. I may touch that Ingrid Bergman fucking movie again just to remind myself because I know I've seen it.
Yeah, check that out, dude. That has an eeriness to it that, like, it can only have that eeriness from time and being old, and you have to look at it from the point of view where it was 1960 this was made. So that's what makes it even more creepy. We've seen 100,000 things every day that's worse than this. But the fact that that was made in 1960 and it's so kind of fucking disturbing. That girl's so pretty and cute, and when fucking Max von Sydow snaps the fuck out, it's fucking great, dude. You're just like, oh my God. Like, I was blown away by that when I first see it. Maybe it's the shock value that I wasn't expecting any of that, that did it to me. But
that's kind of what I was saying, again, about how what you kept saying about the movie The Martyr, I believe it's The Martyr, whatever, is like, there really are some movies where like forget if you watch the trailer, forget all that. What I'm saying is, like, if you just turn on the TV and go, oh, what's this? And you're like, oh, pretty girl, middle of a nice field. This must be fucking Gone with the Wind. And it turns out to be she's getting fucking gangbanged by 10 dudes.
Yeah.
And what happens is, like, if you're watching a movie that you knew zero about and your friend didn't say, oh my God, you got to watch this movie, it's a horror movie or it's whatever. If you turn the fucking TV on and you don't look it up and you go, what's this? And you start watching, a lot of fucking movies actually are a little bit fucking, imagine the Blair Witch. Imagine no one ever told you anything about the Blair Witch and you put it on and you're like, is this fucking real? What's going on here? You know what I mean? And you didn't even know that there was an argument that it wasn't real. You're just watching this fucking thing and confused. It would make the movie so much different of an experience.
Yeah, a couple of my movies were like that, where I went in just totally blind, had no idea what was going on. Martyrs is one of them. Martyrs is fucking fantastic. Dude, I love Martyrs from beginning to end because you don't know what the fuck you're watching. Like, the best thing you could do for yourself is go into that movie not knowing anything about it. And I never tell anybody about anything. I'm just like, dude, just watch it, man. It starts one way and ends another way. Like, it starts like it almost starts in a supernatural way, but the movie isn't about that, like, at all. And then The Virgin Springs, another one where I just was like, I had no idea what I was watching, and I was like, what the fuck? And I probably wouldn't have put it on the list except for the fact that Wes Craven had to make it into a horror movie where, I mean, it is kind of horrifying, but I probably wouldn't have included that. I do it just to seem, or just to say, like, hey, check this out. This is a little different. You know what I mean? This is something that caught me off guard when I watched it.
You know what else I was thinking? But I don't think he deserves to be there, and I'm not making a case for it. But I was curious on whether somebody was going to mention any Hitchcock or anything like that. And I'm not trying to mention him, but you just said something about how when you're watching a movie and you think it's a sci-fi or some shit and it completely turns or whatever. And I'm thinking in my head, we can't forget that he is kind of a big basis in some of what the genre is. And he calls that a MacGuffin. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah.
So, that's the thing. It's like a movie can drag you along thinking something's about something and pull you a different way,
Yeah, the wife actually said that, where she's like, oh, you wouldn't have any Hitchcock on there. I'm like, no, absolutely, I won't.
Yeah, I mean,
You know what you're getting when you get a Hitchcock movie. And personally, like, I've never seen anything that I was like, that's one of those things you got to go back. Like, he made great stories for the time period, and a lot of the people today should watch his movies to fucking understand how to make a decent movie. But
I think he's also
not something I would
100%. I mean, I agree. But this going back to, like, just kind of like some of what I can throw in, I guess, in a sense, is I can guarantee you, and without even knowing this fully, that if you were to, like, research it or something, you'd probably be surprised at how many horror movies you like probably have a scene or something where you didn't know that it was a kind of a copy little portion of something they always admired from a Hitchcock or some shit.
Oh, definitely. I wouldn't doubt that at all.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't doubt it at all.
Is Tommy alive?
No, I had to take a piss. But no, I just looked up the Rolling Stones top 60 greatest horror movies of the 21st century. And I couldn't disagree with these fucking movies.
What was their top 10? Go through their top 10 real fast.
All right, so top 10 is Raw, 2016. you ever see that?
I know what it is. I haven't seen it.
But that's in their
Cannibalism and
top
shit.
10 of all time.
Yeah. So, well, this is their 60 greatest horror movies of the 21st century. So 10 is Raw. 9 is The Witch,
Ugh.
which I wasn't blown away by. 8, Pulse, which came out in 2001. I can't say, I don't really know much about it.
I have no idea.
Is Killer Clowns on there?
Probably not. 7 is Cabin in the Woods, which came out in
All right.
2012. 6 is The Conjuring.
All right.
5 is The Babadook, which I fucking
hate it, dude.
like. I hate this fucking movie. Like anybody,
It's stupid. It's fucking stupid.
it's
That's all
horrible.
there is. It's stupid.
It's horrible. Like I can't take anybody that puts this in their top 10 seriously. Like that's it. Like there's
It's single mothers. Single mothers hate that. Like don't pick that.
It's
Like,
fucking.
oh, children are the worst. Like,
That's
yeah,
brutal.
well, you're a whore. Like,
Single mother. I
I
can see the trailer, like the thing. It's like, if you're a single mother.
No, number 4 is Let the Right One In.
all right, that's Renee and I actually talked about that being on my list.
That
and
was 08. That wasn't the original.
Yeah, no. Let Me In is the remake. Let the Right One In is the original.
Oh, okay, all right. Number 3 is Hereditary,
There you go.
which I like Hereditary. I thought Hereditary was good.
It's fucking solid.
Very solid. I don't know that I would put it in. I don't know that I put it in 3. I don't know.
Well, they're taking the last 20 years, though, right?
Yeah. Number 2.
So that makes sense.
Number 2 is 28 Days Later, which I really do like 28 Days. Well, I liked 28 Days. What was it? The original one was 28 Days, right?
28 days, and then there's what, 28 weeks?
28
I like
Days
both
Later.
of them. I like both of them, actually, a lot.
Yeah. And number 1, what do you think number 1 is?
Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
It.
No, it's 2017 it came out.
I'm surprised you guys didn't mention it because I just thought that people love that movie like that.
It is really good.
The first one. The first part of it is great.
What are you talking about? The remake or
The remake.
general?
The remake. I can't deal with the original at all. Like, I won't.
I'll say I love the original.
Renee, the wife loves the remake so much. She was like, I would have to put that in my top 10. I love that movie so much. And I'm like, all right.
It was good. I really like it. But the number 1 is Get Out.
Oh,
Get the fuck out of here. Get out.
Come on.
Like, literally get out.
Yeah, literally Get Out. Like, and I feel like there's a lot of political correctness going on in there.
Yeah, there is. It's garbage.
Well, you
dude.
know what else though too, and this is from somebody who doesn't fucking know much about this. I can tell you something else right now. They didn't take into account if Babadook is that bad to you, they're clearly also fucking not taking into consideration the older movies on purpose. I feel like they threw one or two.
It was just this century, though. I think it was just the first 20 years of this century.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Which Get Out still shouldn't be on it, and neither should the Babadook. Like
60 greatest horror movies.
Dude, even what was the next one that he made? Personally, I think they're both fucking overrated.
He's overrated. Like, he's garbage. Like, he's trash. Like, that's what it comes down to. And I don't even mean that in a shitty way.
Hey,
like,
no,
but it's just like
there's a lot going on, and there's a lot going on in the industry right now that even people in the industry don't fucking have respect for.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I'm trying to see if we can get if I want to get one more fucking top 10 list from somebody respectable here. Maybe just like fucking I want an all-time top 10.
I don't know. All I know is this list for you to put Get Out at the number one. Like I'm out. Like
Yeah.
you've lost all credibility with me because like
They left out A Girl Walks Home Alone at Night. They left out Eyes of My Mother, both foreign films, but you know they left out other shit that could be taken seriously. Fucking Get Out, dude. That's a remake of that voodoo movie with Kate Hudson. Like when they take over the body, Skeleton Key. Like all that is the fucking Skeleton Key, but reversed. Like that's it.
Dude,
so,
all that is Look Who's Coming to Dinner from the 60s.
so Martyrs is 35 on Rolling Stone's top 60.
Yeah.
The Strangers is 34, actually.
Oh.
But like as far as like, yeah, like I just can't get down with.
Well, here's what I will say, and I don't want to go too crazy on what I'm about to say, so I don't want to make it. I don't even want to touch like politics or whatever. But I'll just say this: when they were making that list, do you think anybody that fucking compiled that list actually thought that was number one?
No.
And they still fucking wrote it. Like
they're a bunch of fucking liberal dogs that just fucking
that's
put in whatever they thought was the.
That's actually pissed me off. We were all having such a good time.
That's Rolling Stone, though. You can't look at Rolling Stone.
Yeah.
That's why I want to see if somebody's got like a top 10 fucking. All right, wait. Here you go. Rotten Tomatoes 200 best horror films. So I guess if I just take the top 10, right? Is he peeing?
I don't know, but I feel
like you're not waiting for me, are you?
No, I'm getting beers.
Oh, well, I mean, there was a combination of me like waiting for you and him, but that's one of those things where you can add out.
I'm here. I was getting another beer. I went through a 12-pack of Brawler.
Brawler's a good one.
Yeah.
All right, wait. Rolling Stone again. Top 10 movies of all time. This came out in 2014.
Wait, top 10 movies of all time?
No, horror movies.
Okay, all right.
So let's see. But this is 2014. It's a reader's poll. Number 10. James's Poltergeist. 10. And
that's wild.
Is number 10. Number 9 is The Thing. Number 8 is The Night of the Living Dead. Number 7, The Haunting. Number 6, Alien. Number 5, Texas Chainsaw. Number 4, my number 4, Halloween. 3, Psycho. 2, Shining. And number 1, guess which one it is?
Exorcist.
It's gotta be.
Yeah, Exorcist, number 1. Reader's poll. So you guys got that. You won the draft duel.
Yeah, well, I mean that list isn't crazy. It's not wild.
You know what? No, actually, I'm surprised that Halloween was on there. Like, who cares about Freddy or Jason? But you guys didn't put that shit on your list anyway. But would you put in order? I'm just asking you for this for me. I'm kind of forgetting we're on this fucking podcast. But I'm actually asking because I'm more intrigued. What is your if you just had to choose between those three, whether you love them, hate them, don't care about them, Freddy, Jason, Halloween, what's your 1, 2, 3?
Freddy, Jason, Halloween.
So in the way I said it, Freddy, Jason, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd probably say the same thing.
And not like I have the knowledge, but that would be my thing too. Freddy, Jason, Halloween. Oh, all right, guys. What do you guys?
I think it's time to leave.
What if we just keep filming and we're just like, yeah.
I think it's time to land this plane.
6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I got to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. So
yeah,
I need a cigarette. The wife won't let me smoke inside, and it's been a long fucking time without a cigarette.
And all you're doing is looking at me fucking chain smoking.
I said that to Renee, actually. I was like, this fucking guy won't stop smoking. I'm sitting here dying. I'm fucking need a cigarette.
and actually, I was kind of surprised that Jamie, like, I thought Jamie would be more fucked up right now. I'd be like, Jamie's been very reserved. Like, I thought at this point, Jamie would start talking about fuck all these fucking politicians and.
No, I'm business, Jamie. I'm doing work right now as well.
Yeah. Which is a good thing. Like, we don't let you get in trouble.
Yeah.
But so anyway, I mean, I don't know. I mean, any last fucking takes?
No, my last takes are Exorcist is the greatest horror movie of all time.
Killer clowns from outer space.
Yeah, I don't even know where you came out with that.
I do like it. What the fuck? What do you want me to do?
That's cool. That's cool. It's your jam, bro. I'm not, you know.
But I'm actually glad. Honestly, the only takeaway that I was excited to see you guys like The Gate so much, and I knew I was going to let you down every movie after that. But what I was excited though was that like I started to think the fact that I like Freddy was fucking cheesy. But the fact that you guys liked him enough to even put him on your top 10 made me feel warm and fuzzy inside.
Yeah.
And I
mean, you got to watch 3.
Yeah. That's quintessential Freddy, man. That's when he becomes his own.
Yeah.
You know, like you can skip 2 altogether.
Is he just scary in the first ones, or does he have any of that one-liner shit, or no?
No, not really.
Yeah,
1 and 2, he's pretty much just scary.
Well, no,
he says some stuff, but not like the rest of the time.
But you know what else I thought too about him is like, at least in the beginning of 4, they're showing him like making the glove. I think it was 4, maybe it was 1. They show him like forging the glove, and I'm thinking, you know,
that might have been 4.
Again, that puts him in my eyes. That puts him over top of Jason and Halloween again. Because them guys just, you know, grab a butcher knife or whatever. And Freddy's like, no, I'm going to make my own shit. I'm going to make a glove with knives on it.
Well, Jason just wore that mask because he's all fucking deformed and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
But the other thing, too, is well, at least Freddy, I'm not trying to have this conversation. I'm just kind of saying it because I'm thinking of it now, too. But, like, at least Freddy, again, like, his world had rules. And the rules you get behind. You're in a dream world. You know, if you're in the dream, you're in his world, and he could do whatever the fuck he wants, except for there's a couple things you might be able to figure out. And then in your world, you're safe. In his world, you're not. In Halloween and Jason, it was like these guys can just get up and walk away. Like Mike Myers doesn't have any supernatural fucking thing, right? But yet you can seemingly just keep killing them.
You know what I just kind of thought of now that you said that? So Freddy was always, before he was Freddy, all burned up and fucked up, he was actually a child molester.
Yeah, that's right.
And he never actually molested any fucking kids in their dreams. Like, you would think he would at least jerk a kid off every now and then or something. But he doesn't do any of that, dude.
No, but even though you're taking it to that level, I know what you mean, though. Like, let's take it down to anything. That was his past. However, they never even you weren't like, why would they give us that backstory if it meant nothing to the, like, in other words, not even an inclination of him, like, you know, kind of like when Alf used to fucking lick his lips around cats. Like, fucking, like there was never any, like, where's the 3-year-old or something. It was just fucking.
I just put on my rubber dick with the razor blade at the end of it. You're getting fucked. Like, no.
We should
none of that.
You could remake Freddy and have him forging the fucking, like a knife dildo in the beginning.
Well, no, because I feel like they never really, it was like suspected of Freddy that he did that shit. But it was like never.
No, I think they said it, dude. I think they said it. He was molesting kids and shit.
Did they like prove it?
I'm pretty sure
Well,
they did. Yeah, then they lit him on fire because that's the whole thing. Like why he got off.
Well,
Like he got off. That's why. And all the parents got together and lit him fucking on fire. Like that's why they did that.
wait a second. I don't know.
Well, only because like I know that all the parents got together and like lit him on fire, but I was like, I feel like in one of the movies, like they were like, it was almost like
He
did
was
they
set up.
Wait, yeah, I was gonna say I don't know if I am fucking just thinking that this would be a smart thing to do, or if it's true. Was it a situation where everybody got together and fucking killed him for that, but he actually didn't do it, so therefore he was taking out revenge on motherfuckers?
That would have been better. That would have been better.
He was
10 times better.
That would have made you like him too much, though. Like if you all
exactly.
yeah.
he was
killing these cunts.
I feel like if Freddie was if Freddie was a person in 2020, liberals would be like all in his cock and be like, we're gonna.
No, they would be sticking up for
absolutely.
him. They'd be sticking up for him, dude.
They'd be sticking up for him. They'd be like, well,
those stupid, sexy children. How dare they?
Yeah.
How dare they flaunt themselves around the janitor like that?
They were like, it's not his fault that the kids were attracted to his claws.
What? Like stupid, sexy children.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm off the hinges. Maybe.
Yo, it's so funny because right now I keep thinking, all right, we should probably end this, but every time I do it, I'm like, no, but I want to see how bad it gets.
Well, yeah. How bad it gets. Well, I feel like this is pretty much almost every episode we ever do. It's like, all right, we'll start talking about politics, and that's like, oh, that was fucked up. We should have said that. Maybe we should have went that way.
And you know what's funny? It all came from the rage inside James over his experience.
The Octopus Teacher.
The Octopus Teacher.
Yeah.
Fucking cunt. I swear to God, that guy's a fucking piece of shit, dude.
I'm not kidding, dude.
You just tell, like I don't like him. I don't like him.
The minute we get off here, I am searching for his next fucking book signing, and we're going. We're all going,
dude. I'll tell you what. I did a double feature that night. I watched that. So I watched the Octopus Teacher, and then right after that, I watched the David Attenborough. Basically, it was his life story on Netflix. That was fucking excellent, man.
Is it? I haven't watched it yet.
I fell asleep midway through, but that's just because I was drunk, not because I was bored. Like,
I think it's
really good.
Isn't it called like Life Through David Attenborough's Eyes or something like that?
Yeah, something. I didn't realize that he was a wild man his whole life. I just thought he was a narrator.
I would have never known that.
He was fucking around with monkeys and all kinds of shit that whole time, like through the 50s and 60s. And they showed videos of that. They show him doing all kinds of stuff. So I was like, this is great. Like, I love it.
I don't even know what's happening right now. I have no idea.
I don't even know what David Attenborough fucking.
And he's fucking around with monkeys, and it's great.
I literally
the guy from Planet Earth.
But wait, no. But here's the thing. I'm not kidding. When you said I didn't know he was a wild man his whole life, was he like engaging with wild animals or when?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not kidding. I pictured him like snorting coke and doing weird shit with monkeys.
Sticking his dick in between strippers' tits and stuff like, yeah.
I was like, this is a whole new David Attenborough.
And now we put my dick between the strippers' tits. Look how she...
Tom, that video you sent me was fucking hilarious, dude. The vote guys with their hard dicks don't come on your fucking ballot.
Oh, yes.
He's back in the bucket. But I'll tell you what.
No, I'm here.
And he cracked another beer. Hey, man, I'm here. We don't have to.
No. All right. Well, you guys can continue.
No, I guess we better close
need a cigarette.
I wish I could give you one.
I
smoked enough for all of us.
Yeah,
right here.
It's 1:00. It's 1:00 in the morning. I got to get up at 6.
Yeah. All right. Let's. I'll tell. Oh wait, yo, what's your Facebook page and shit, James?
Oh, the Facebook page we go to is called I Hate It Too.
I Hate It Too.
Yeah, So it's named after a old song by a band called Hum, and we just talk about, mostly we talk about things we fucking don't like, but actually we talk about things we do like all the time. And it only sounds negative, the site, but we're always talking about things we fucking dig, and we're always promoting other people, doing all that kind of stuff. So, check it out. Like, it's all about drinking, video games, movies, and music. Like, that's all we talk about.
Our music, Deftones' latest album. What are we giving it? Score.
I'm giving it a solid 3.5 out of 5.
Really?
That might be good though. Is that good?
That's good. That's good. Score. It's not my album of the year. I have an album of the year already.
No. Yeah, I actually, so Deftones, when I first heard it, like, I thought it was garbage. Second listen, I was like, third listen, I'm like, all right, it's better. So I would give it 3.7 out of, if we're going to go 5 stars.
Yeah.
The Deftones
have more filler songs than they have good or bad songs. Yeah. Most of their songs are fillers. Like, they're just killing time. But they have good songs here. They have bad songs there. This is a good album, though. It's solid all the way through. Like, I think Radiant City's really good. I think Ohms is really good. I think Genesis is great. It's not a bad album. It's up there. It's in the top 10 of the year.
Well, I don't know. I don't really know what the rest of the albums. So, like, I can't really compare it to the top 10 of the year. But I was a little bit let down. But then at the same time, like, I was like, as I listened to it, I'm like, all right, I can get down with it.
Yeah, it's Chino's most held back of singing, and he needs to be put in place with his vocals. So he's less crazy. It works. Everything works. It's a good album. It's a solid album.
Yeah.
They're not winning a fucking award for it, but, like, I mean, it's great.
And, like, what are we doing? And, like, what the fuck are we even talking about? We just went from top 10 fucking horror movies to a bunch of I'm My Octopus Teacher to fucking Chino and Deftones albums.
Yeah.
But
you know what that is?
So what is that?
Killer Clowns.
I do know what that is.
Oh, I don't even know.
Geez.
No.
Actually sounded pretty good. I actually thought I was good for it. I was like, wait a second, that sounds great.
I'm telling you.
I thought I was listening to Deftones. I was like, is that Deftones' new song? Like, am I missing out?
Intro to a really good song?
No. I feel like that's going to get his fucking banned off of every platform.
I doubt the people that made that movie even remember they made it.
Yeah.
No, they know. They made sequels of that.
All right, I'm out.
All right, guys. Hey, I'll tell you what. So, I mean, we closing that together, but check out I Hate It Too, right?
Yep.
And also subscribe. Dude, it was very nice to meet you, bro. Great chatting. Fucking awesome.
Nice meeting you, too. Thanks for having me, man. It was awesome doing this.
Yeah, man. It was fun. We'll definitely have to have you back for sure. All right, guys. Well.
Romance movies.
Yeah.
We went.
My Octopus Teacher.
Yeah, romance. Fuck that guy. Fucking cunt. And fucking
all right, that's how we're leaving it, too.
Shit.
We went.
All right, guys.
We went fucking long term, man. We went long.
Yeah, that was a long one. I want to end it, but I don't necessarily want to kick you out. So let me see.
Let me see. I'll just leave it. Fuck you guys.
All right, yeah, it might be over. So, all right, guys. Oh, he left.
Yeah, it was like, I'm out.
All right, cool. Tommy, I'll talk to you later, man. Guys, like, subscribe, don't mind.